Afternoon to our participants in Taiwan here at the NTU Convention Center in Taipei. And hello to our viewers around the world on YouTube. They are watching us live online on YouTube now. 大家午安，我们要向在台大会议中心现场的贵宾们说大家好，以及在线上观看我们论坛的各位观众朋友们，大家好。It's my great pleasure to welcome all of you to today's third German-Taiwanese Automotive Forum. 今天我们的活动是第3届的台德汽车论坛，很荣幸在这里欢迎您参加我们第3届的台德汽车论坛呢。今天的论坛是由我们德国经济办事处以及车辆研究测试中心 ARTC 主办，由经济部工业局大力支持。Today's event is organized by us, the German Trade Office Taipei, together with the Automotive Research and Testing Center (ARTC), and supported by the Taiwanese Industrial Development Bureau, which is under the Taiwanese Ministry of Economic Affairs. 今天的论坛重点是要连结台湾和德国汽车企业，强调德台两方长期合作提出的运输解决重要贡献呢。我们邀请的贵宾会向我们介绍他们所研发的最新技术跟方案，同时也会呈现德国和台湾的合作范例。Our forum today is meant to connect Taiwan and German companies from the automotive sector, as well as to underline the importance of Germany and Taiwan as important contributors in mobility solutions. In order to do this, we have invited some of the most innovative and well-known German-Taiwanese companies from the mobility sectors, who will introduce to us their latest solutions and also put special importance on German-Taiwanese cooperation examples. 在活动正式开始之前，我要先来为各位介绍现场的 VIP 贵宾。Now, before we start with the event, please allow me to introduce some of our VIP guests today. First of all, please join me in welcoming with applause. 首先，我们先掌声欢迎今天的致辞贵宾，经济部工业局陈佩丽副局长。陈副局长好 ，Ms. 陈佩丽 ，Deputy Director, General Industrial Development Bureau, Ministry of Economic Affairs. Next, let us also welcome with applause Mr. Axel Lindberg, Chief Representative and Executive Director from German Trade Office Taipei. 当然，也让我们掌声欢迎今天主办单位大家长德国经济办事处首席代表及处长林百科先生，欢迎处长。And then it's my great honor to welcome Mr. Alexander Hirschko, Director Taiwan and Philippines Germany Trade and Invest GTAI. 我们郑重欢迎德国外贸与投资处台湾及菲律宾处长贺轩先生，欢迎您。Thank you very much indeed. And now let us move on to today's opening remarks. 现在我们要邀请贵宾为我们进行开幕致辞。First of all, I would like to invite the Chief Representative and Executive Director of the German Trade Office Taipei, Mr. Axel Lindberg, to come to the stage to deliver his opening remarks. Mr. Lindberg, please. 我们现在欢迎德经处处长林百科先生到舞台，为我们的活动进行开幕致辞。
Okay, so dear Chen Paili, dear Alex Hirschle, dear online, dear participants, dear keynote speakers, dear online and on-site participants, thank you very much for joining. 大家好。
处长好。
Today we are gathered for the third German-Taiwanese Automotive Forum, and I'm really honored to open this seminar we have organized together with ARTC and the great support of IDB here in Taiwan. And my special thanks go to our teams which have organized this seminar and forum. Without your great engagement, it would not be possible. And also many thanks to VDA and SEMI for sharing their know-how and giving us some insights on the automotive sector and the relevant parts. The automobile industry is now facing the largest transition process ever seen compared to when it was launched more than 100 years ago. Not only we see the change from ICE to BEV, but the cars become part of a network interconnected with the traffic management systems and many other automated and digital systems. So the cars are moving from a mobility part more to really a driving ICT device and a driving computer. And also people's expectation of buying a car has changed. In the past, we have seen a focus of the buyers on horsepower, tire size, color, equipment, and now we see they are moving forward, and the topics like connectivity with other electronic gadgets, assistance systems are becoming more and more important for the decision which car they are buying. So we see a tremendous change of the background and the, let's say, purpose of cars. Please allow me to share one example. If you take a typical mid-sized car 20 years ago, there was only ABS as the single assistance system within a car. If you take the same car, of course it's not the same car, but the same category of car today, we found at least 16 electronic assistance systems in a car, and we are not discussing the luxury cars. It's really a daily used car for the mass. So we see a really substantial change of this environment and cars in its positioning in the industry. And also the BEV development in Germany and Taiwan, upcoming trends in the automotive industry, and showcasing the cooperation between German and Taiwanese companies in this field are the targets of today's forum, and to really build up new partnerships and new interconnections. According to the figures, global sales of electric vehicles reached 913,000 units in June this year, and the annual growth of 54%, accounting for 16% of the global vehicle sales. And we see a forecasted further growth by September this year that we should reach more than 1 million cars till end of the year, the first time only BEV cars. With a market size of more than $2 trillion, the electric vehicle market has already surpassed the global semiconductor industry, which stands for 85 billion. Sorry for that, Terry, but cars are still more, let's say, accepted and more present in the daily use. And Taiwan is not absent from this wave of automotive transformation. We know in semiconductor it's extremely present, but also in automotive, Taiwan industry plays an important role with world top 10 vehicle manufacturers which are using power supplies and components made in Taiwan. So also here we see the huge relevance of the Taiwanese industry, and also the Taiwanese government policy is driving the EV market with a target share of 30% by 2030, and in 2040 we expect 100% of electric-driven car or electric-powered cars here in Taiwan. So also the Taiwanese market itself becomes very important and relevant. And in addition, autonomous driving solutions are one of the next, or are one of the global trends we see, and also the autonomous driving, automated systems bring the ICT business closer to the automotive segments, because we see more and more intelligence within the cars, and they take more and more roles. So this will be also a change of the car itself. And German automakers, car makers, are one of the largest manufacturers in the world, and the Taiwanese suppliers are, and they will stay as the partners for this industry, and we will see an enlarged positioning and teaming up and partnering with Taiwan between German and Taiwanese companies. In this forum, we hope to have a full exchange on the existing technologies, and we intend to bring new inspirations to all participants of this forum, on-site and online. I wish all of you, all of us, a fruitful seminar with a lot of new insights, new ideas, an interesting exchange between existing partners, finding new partners, building new connections, so that in future we see further and additional business between German and Taiwanese companies. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm looking forward to the keynotes and the presentations later on. 谢谢大家.
Thank you very much, Mr. Limbeck. Please return to your seat. 接下来我们要邀请经济部工业局陈佩丽副局长，欢迎上台为我们致辞，给我们鼓励指教。 Next, I would like to invite the Deputy Director, General Industrial Development Bureau, Minister of Economic Affairs, Ms. Chen Pei Li, to come to the stage to deliver her opening remarks.
Mr. Lindbergh, Mr. Alex, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Pei Li Chen from the Industrial Development Bureau, MOEA. I'm very glad to come to today's forum. I think German is the origin of modern automobile industry. So it's also the driving force of global automobile industry development. So we are very happy that today we have the third automobile forum with Germany. And today I would like to share some trend with you. That is, these traditional fuel car industry has become very, they are facing a huge change in recent years. The first one is about the energy efficiency. People told me that according to the estimate of Toyota, the energy efficiency of EV car is about 1.7 times of the traditional fuel car. That make people would like to move to the EV car. And secondly, is about the fuel consumption standard. Right now, we know that there are more and more European countries, they set up even stricter standard on the emission standard. That make it's very difficult for the traditional fuel car to meet those standards. And the third one, I think that is carbon nutrition. That is, we know that the EU company, EU already announced that the 2050 will come to a carbon neutral. That means they will have no carbon in 2050, and they will cut around 55% of carbon in 2030. And the last one is about the transportation policy. We know that there are more than 20 countries already announced that the traditional fuel car are not allowed to sell since 2030. So that made those traditional fuel car have to move, even cut to the electric car. So that is a trend in recent years. So we saw that there are electric car company, also many traditional car company, additional to some startup and ICT company cut into EV sector. So Taiwan right now, we are quite famous for our ICT sector. And in the car electronics, last year, the output of the electric component, the output is around 300 billion NT dollars, which is higher than the traditional automobile parts output. So we can see so many ICT company cut into the automobile supply chain. I can see that Taiwan's very famous one company, that is Delta. Right now, that company already become the tier 1 company of the automobile industry. So today, we can see so many company in this forum is going to showcase and introduce their new and up-to-date application and technology. So I hope today's forum can have more interaction and have the chance to know more Taiwan and Germany new technology and so that we can have more cooperation cases in the future. So thank you. Hope you that have a very successful forum. Thank you.
感谢副座的祝福 Thank you, Ms. Chan. Please return to your seat. And now I would like to invite Mr. Alexander Hirschel, Director, Taiwan and Philippines, Germany Trade and Invest GTAI, to the stage for his opening remarks. 欢迎贺轩先生。
Good afternoon. Yes, it seems good. Dear Ms. Chen from the IDB, dear Axel, dear Ms. Mums from VDA, hello to Germany, Mr. Terry Tsao, dear company representatives and speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to welcome you all here in Taipei and also our online viewers around the world to the third German-Taiwanese Automotive Forum. Germany is internationally recognized for its outstanding automotive industry and excellence in engineering. In Europe, Germany is the #1 automotive market, accounting for around 25% of all passenger cars manufactured. But German cars are not only manufactured for the domestic market. Almost 70% of cars produced in Germany were ultimately exported to international markets, a new record high. Germany is still the biggest exporter of cars around the world and could extend even its market share slightly in the last 2 decades. On a global scale, 1 in every 5 cars worldwide carries a German brand. And in 2021, the R&D spending of Germany's automotive industry rose to 28 billion euro. On top of that, it is projected that manufacturers and suppliers of the German automotive industry will invest more than 220 billion euro in electric mobility and digitalization until 2026. For e-mobility, the German government has set itself the goal of 15 million fully electric vehicles by the year 2030 and a role as lead provider and market for e-mobility solutions. And talking about digitalization, car connectivity is the fastest growing future being adopted into new vehicles, with the connectivity market forecast to generate up to $1 trillion by the end of 2030. And here, especially Taiwanese companies with their long-term experience and excellent track record in ICT and chip manufacturing can be valuable partners for the German automotive industry. Today's forum intends to explore the future cooperation potential for Taiwanese companies and German automotive manufacturers, with mutual benefits for both sides. By showcasing best practice examples of German-Taiwanese partnerships, we hope to open the door to new possibilities and horizons for more and closer collaboration between Taiwanese and German partners. And in this sense, I wish you all a successful forum with many interesting presentations and new highlights and insights. Many thanks for your attention. Xie daja.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alexander Hirschel. Please remain on stage. And it is now the time for us to take a group photo. Mr. Alexander, please stay on the stage. We're going to have a group photo. 谢谢贺先生。现在我们要进行的是贵宾大合照哦。Okay, now it's time for the group photo. I would like to invite Mr. Alexander, Director Taiwan. And also, I would like to invite all the VIP guests on the stage. 我们要欢迎所有的今天的开幕致辞贵宾，还有我们今天的专家讲者们一起上台。Please on the stage. Now I would like to invite Mr. Axel Limbeck, Chief Representative and Executive Director, German Trade Office Taipei. 我们欢迎林百科，德国经济处办事处处长。另外，我们欢迎经济部工业局陈佩丽副局长上台，我们要一起拍大合照。另外，我们要欢迎的是国际半导体产业协会曹世伦全球行销长暨台湾区总裁，曹总裁请上台，以及欢迎台湾博士杨建新，原厂汽车零件业务部总经理，请杨总上台。另外，我们也要邀请德凯认证股份有限公司黄 耗电全球功能安全网络安全经理黄经理，请上台。另外，我们要欢迎趋势科技子公司 VicOne 陈银芳资深业务经理，请陈经理上台。另外 ，Let's welcome Mr. Frank Lofesser, Director of After Sales and Dealer Development from Volkswagen Group Taiwan Company Limited。欢迎 Frank Lofesser、Mr. Lofesser 上台。再来，我们要欢迎的是辉能科技股份有限公司许荣珍行销处长，请许处长上台。Okay, please stand closer to each other, and please take off your mask. 请拿下口罩。And please look at the cameraman in front of the stage. You can simply put it here.
Yes, I can go anywhere.
Oh, yeah, sure. Okay, please look at the camera in front of you, and please post a thumbs up. 请比一个赞。Thank you and welcome to our forum today. Thank you. 好，我们再 one more picture. 再拍一张。请看我们台前的 cameraman. Please look at the cameraman in front of the stage. Thank you. Okay. Well done, well done. 好。Thank you very much, everyone. Please return to your seat. Thank you very much. 请各位贵宾回座。好的，在大合照之后，今天我们的重头戏要正式开始喽。马上要登场的是2场重要的演讲。And now, after the group photo, it is time for the first 2 presentation today. 现在呢，我们要邀请2位来自德国与台湾知名机构的专家，来向我们分享台德电动汽车政策和发展的现况。我们首先要欢迎的是国际半导体产业协会全球行销长暨台湾区总裁曹世伦先生上台。And here we have invited 2 experts from renowned German and Taiwanese associations to tell us more about the status quo electric vehicle policy and development in Germany and Taiwan. First of all, for the Taiwanese side, please join me in welcoming Mr. Terry Tao, Global Chief Marketing Officer and President of Taiwan from Taiwan. 请掌声欢迎。
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Terry from SEMI. First of all, thanks for the invitation. It is my privilege and honor to be here today and share with you from the perspective from the Taiwan side, especially the Taiwan semiconductor industry perspective, how we can contribute for the car automotive industry, especially for the German car industry. And also want to appreciate the organizer to give me the first spot. Sorry, because this 2-3 days my semicon show, so I got the privilege to be the first speaker, so that I may leave a little bit earlier. But no matter how, feel free to let me know if you have the follow-up question. Yeah. Okay. So to begin with, a very high level to have some introduction about the SEMI. SEMI is the global industry association. Around the world, we have more than 2,400 members in the industry. And currently, we have the 7 regional offices in Milpitas, United States, and Washington, D.C., and also our semi-Euro headquarters just in Berlin. Okay, so actually, lots of the interaction even within SEMI internally, we interact a lot with Germany a lot. And also we have the office in Brussels, Tokyo, Hsinchu, of course in Taipei, in Taiwan, and then Shanghai, Seoul, Singapore. We try to support the microelectronic and the semiconductor supply chain. Yeah. And not just by the semiconductor industry. In recent years, there are lots of the adjacent technology industry consortium community. We think it's also very relevant to the mega trend, which will be also used by the automotive industry, such as sensor, MEMS, and also flexible manufacturing. In recent years, we just collaborate and also like combine those technology community into the semi-big umbrella so that we can have the total portfolio provide to the lots of the end application industry, such as the automotive industry. So around the world, we do lots of the industry associations, such as the global advocacy, also like the technology program, and also try to build up the thought leadership and provide some market intelligence report and build up the industry standard. And in recent year, what we're trying to do the most is not just build up the semiconductor ecosystem, but furthermore to enhance the collaboration to lots of the end application market, which will use a lot of the semiconductor. So we define several, there's 4 smart initiatives, smart mobility, smart manufacturing, smart medtech, and smart data. So the entire purpose is we try to connect the semiconductor industry to such as the mobility industry so that we can beneficial from each other. When the car company, the industry, they need more innovation, they can have the source for the support from the semiconductor industry, so we can provide the link. On the other hand, like lots of the Taiwanese company, semiconductor company, they are very interested to go into the automotive industry. By our platform, we can just help the Taiwanese semiconductor company to get the bridge to the overseas, especially like a German car company. Yeah. So I think everyone know that one of the most promising and also the lots of the demand growth in the semiconductor application is in the automotive industry. Probably recently you heard from the news, such as the TSMC when they do the quarterly earning. Lots of the analysts, they challenge about, oh yeah, the demands for the computer, consumer, and also mobile phone drop. How come you can continue to like maintain the full capacity, full utilization? Actually, this is supported. One of the pillars is from the automotive industry. So more and more the number, the quantity of the semiconductor to be used into the automotive industry, and also the silicon content in the car industry continue to grow. So nowadays, the car was more than 100 sensors, and also up to the 20 communication networks to connect the system, such as a transmission area like a speed, a gear, a pressure, a maintenance data, engine, and also like a surrounding, like a type, size, distance, speed, angle, and also like a running, lighting, the temperature. It's all need the sensor to connect it and also generate the data. So that's the reason why from the chart you can see the electronic share for the total cost from the 1970, it's only like 5%. At this moment, it's almost up to 40 and 44%. Going forward, in the 2030, the cost for the electronic will be occupied more than 50% for total the cost of the car. So you can see no matter from the quantity or in terms of the total cost, the semiconductor will be more and more crucial for the automotive industry. But of course, on the other hand, lots of the car-related innovation application definitely need the semiconductor to enable. So we foresee lots of the mutual beneficial the collaboration will continue to enhance, where also to further collaboration. Yeah. So I think all the experts here understand that this is the traditional semiconductor, auto semiconductor supply chain. The vehicle is an OEM. Usually they don't talk to the semiconductor company directly, because just think about if even TSMC pursues a semiconductor and deliver to car company, right? The car company, how come they can just put into the car? So definitely they need a tier 1 supplier And also, besides of the tier 1 supplier, we have the lots of the very global, well-known the IDEA, MCU, and the power semiconductor company. Like we always say, like it's like a top, like a car chip company, like NXP, Infineon, Toshiba, Renaissance, ST Micro. And earlier I forgot to mention the tier 1 leader, like Bosch. We have the Bosch company today. They are the very strong tier 1 supplier. Then, of course, the last mile will be the semiconductor manufacturer, like foundry company like a TSMC, UMC in Taiwan, and also like the other foundry or memory company like a Samsung or Global Foundry. Of course, in the end, no matter how, the semiconductor for the car still need the packaging and also the testing. So ASC and the SPIL or the MCOR, they will play the final the role for the final stage for the entire supply chain. So a couple of years ago, since 2018, from SEMI ourselves, we already foresee this is the big market dynamic change, especially when the new from computer-centric instead of the traditional engine-based. There are lots of the semiconductor will be used. And also from semiconductor industry, we also, according to the data statistics, like the traditional consumer computer semiconductor, even though the market size is comparatively large, but the CAGR is around like 7%, or even some of the segments, they are decreasing. But for the car semiconductor usage, it's the compound growth rate, the yearly compound growth rate, we're up to 17%. So compare with 7% and the 17%, definitely we feel the semiconductor industry can contribute a lot. So since the 2018, from SEMI as a global association, we started in Europe. We built the 5 chapter around the globe. Like I mentioned, our mission is try to connect the vehicle OEM, tier 1 and tier 2, with the manufacturer and the design supply chain, so that have the collective to address the challenge. I think especially in this couple of years, when the auto chip shortage, I think this is a kind of leg of the conversation, communication, or forecast supply demand alignment. So if there be better or visibility about the semiconductor supply chain, I think I'm very confident that there will be no more like auto chip shortage in the future. So how to have the better understanding from 2 different industry perspective. I think there's a lot of the things we can work together. So actually our Smart Mobility Initiative, the founding member, they are from a lot of the German car, from the Audi, and also from Volkswagen, and also from Infineon, and of course Global Foundry. So lots of the German company under the expectation from the Germany car company expectation, we launched this Smart Mobility Initiative. So nowadays we have the 5 smart mobility community around the globe. Original from Europe. Nowadays we have the consortium, the community in US, and also in Japan, and also in China, and also in Taiwan. So 5 regions, we try to, whoever have the interest, they want to participate, we try to build up the global conversation dialogue platform. So the GAC, even nowadays, it's up to the 80 company, and we have the lots of the meeting going on for the better visibility for both ends. And there's some founding member in Taiwan, which is include lots of the Taiwan semiconductor company, and also from the E3, but also in Taiwan, as you know, there are lots of the international company also have the branch office in Taiwan. So those are the Taiwan chapter, like a founding member. But we feel like this is not enough. We should have the more broader community to include. So it's also under the highly expectation from our industry leader, the Yang Liu from the Foxconn, and also our honorary chairman of the UMC, Zhang Xuan. Both of them, they initially we should have the semi-auto IC master to create like a directory for the better visibility to showcase what is the Taiwan semiconductor company they can offer. So actually, this is our like a cheerleader, Jie Huang. He very very diligent to work with us to make sure everything is in the progress. So so this is more the idea was initiated last year. Like I say, by the both chairman. So collectively, we connect most of the Taiwanese semiconductor company. Everyone contribute the content and also try to use the perspective that is more from the tier one maker or even a car company perspective. When they need the sourcing, what kind of the Taiwan semiconductor company we can provide. So this is also going forward, going further under our GAAC, even more in-depth to have the better picture about the Taiwan semiconductor ecosystem offered to the global car maker and the tier one company. So in June, yeah, this is the official launch in Taiwan. We also got the blessing from the Taiwan MOEA, the Minister Wang Meihua, and also the Deputy of the Transportation. Under their blessing and also endorse, we officially launch the IC Master the project. And I think probably if you are not semiconductor industry, probably you don't know the history. In the early stage, when the semiconductor just launched, booming, and they're just being invented, it's also under that kind of the there's a lack of the information. So so it's like 50 years, 60 years ago. After the semiconductor being created, there's a Bible named IC Master. So it's give the like a directory or guidance for guide for the whoever needs a semiconductor. This is the sourcing for the industry directory. So I think it is very crucial for us to adopt a similar idea. So that's how we launched the semi-auto IC Master Guide. We try to provide one-stop shopping information for Tier 1 and for the car company. And of course, in the future, it looks like a hard copy. It's a book. But besides of the hard copy, we also provide online information checking, so you can easily to access all the supply chain. So this is how we can contribute from Taiwan perspective and also from semiconductor perspective. What is the strength of the Taiwan semiconductor industry can facilitate the collaboration between German and Taiwan. Yeah, so I think it's very even I think that of course lots of the echo in the local, but always also we have the global announcement. So actually we also got lots of the inquiry from around the world, or even the SIA in US. They also come to looking for the information. Yeah, so this is what we can offer from industry or association perspective. We have the global automotive at the very council to offer to provide the dialogue, and also from the auto IC master to provide directory information for all the automotive industry, can easy to access all the data. Last but not the least, from yesterday to tomorrow. So tomorrow, if you have time, please go to visit the Nangang Exhibition Hall. There's a Semicon Taiwan is under the trade show. But the reason why I want to highlight is because this year actually put lots of the effort in the automotive industry. Like we have the Global Auto Chip Executive Forum, and also lots of the Germany car maker and the tier one, even the chip maker, they just join participate. And also we have the Smart Vehicle Executive Summit. And also, we work very closely with the Jiao Tong University. We had a Smart Mobility, Great Future International Forum. Actually, will be happen tomorrow, right? So I encourage whoever have the interest in the Taiwan semiconductor industry, in the automotive industry, feel free to contact us. We will support and make this collaboration with a better result in the future. Thank you very much.
感谢早总裁精彩的分享，感谢您，欢迎回座。接下来我们要欢迎一位线上的贵宾哦，是来自德国。Next, it's time for the first German. Okay, now we are going live to Germany, where Ms. Angela Mans, Head of Foreign Trade and International Relations, German Association of the Automotive Industry, is already waiting for us. And now the VDA is the biggest German association for automotive, and Ms. Mans is joined us live online to introduce us to the latest electric vehicle development in Germany. Good morning to Germany, Ms. Mans. Morgan, 听得到我们吗？ Can you hear us? 大家可以一起掌声欢迎。Can you hear us?
Dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for this kind introduction. And a very warm greeting also from our headquarters in Berlin, VDA, our president, Hildegard Müller. And thanks a lot to the German Chamber for inviting VDA again to this very important forum. And what I heard before keeps me very happy, that cooperation is going on, and I'm very sure that we can have even more cooperation. What I just will show you later with my presentation. There are many fields, and let's have a look at it. I have some points I want to mention. I prepared some slides, and I'm happy to share the slides later also with the one who are interested. And I would like to tell you a little bit about VDA, the German association, which is quite special on international level, as we do not only have the manufacturers, the famous German car and truck manufacturers, but also the suppliers, the tier one suppliers, which were just mentioned by my colleague from SEMI, but also the very small ones. So we have more than 680 members today, and there are even more because the industry is changing and new players are coming on the stage, but we represent the interests of these three different groups, of industry. First of all, the OEM manufacturers. Second group are the trailers, bodies and buses, the manufacturers of them, and the third one, the suppliers. And if you are interested how to become a member of VDA, so it's written down here, you have to have a production facility in Germany, which is also becoming more and more challenging, the definition of this, as there are many IT companies on worldwide basis, and what is production in the IT sector. So there will be also new definitions for us, what is a German production. I'm very happy that SEMI is having a trade show right now, because we are just to have our trade show for commercial vehicles in some days, next week. And I want to highlight this. I don't know if you have time to come, when you are in Taiwan right now, but next week, and we will have the big event for our transportation industry, and next year there will be the IAA mobility for passenger cars in Munich. I would now like to inform you a little bit about the development of e-mobility in Germany, as my colleagues from the chamber have told that you, of course, have the special interests in the developments. And first of all, a little overview about our industry, and what is very important that we have this research and development in Germany, but it's still not enough. Yeah, but we really have a high part of research and development expenses worldwide from our industry, which of course is very important to be successful in times of transition. Yeah, our companies, our members, they have more than 2,500 production sites outside Germany. So most of the production is not in Germany any longer. I will show you this later in figures. So if you are interested to cooperate with a German company, you will find them everywhere. Yeah, and we of course are also happy to provide you the contact details. I will come later to this. This is, I think, a very interesting slide which shows the share of the production within Germany. This is the green part, yeah, here, and the share of production of abroad, yeah, abroad in European countries and non-European countries on a worldwide basis. And you see that nowadays we really have a very high share of production abroad, and only 25% of the total production is in Germany. But still, of course, Germany is the headquarter of many, most of our members, and the important decisions are taken there. Yeah, we have spoken earlier about the shortage of semiconductors, but also, unfortunately, there are a lot of turmoil just right now in the global trade system. Yeah, beginning with COVID, now with this unfortunate aggression of Russia against Ukraine, and of course new developments within trade policies. Yeah, so finally, this this slide shows that the demand, yeah, the orders are much higher than what we can produce. Yeah, and of course, semiconductor shortage is one of the main reasons for our industry. Therefore, we are very happy to have this opportunity here to intensify the cooperation, as our members really look forward to this. Yeah, if you look at the development of the passenger car market in this year, it's the red line. It's far under what is the normal level of sales. Unfortunately, yeah, here the dotted line is the average of the last years, but we are well below. And you can see that we are now under 3 million cars, yeah. And what is rising, what is very positive, is the electricity share of new sales, yeah. So with the funding we have in Germany, it's about 25%, now a quarter of the whole market, but it also includes hybrid cars, not only full electric. Yeah, here you can see again the figures, and the market share of the German manufacturers on the market for e-mobility is around 60%, and 5 of the 10 best-selling models are coming from German OEMs. Another shortage is the building of charging stations, and people, like the consumers, they are sometimes unsure. They first have to wait very long for a car to buy because of the general shortages. And the second thing is that the charging stations are much more needed. We need a lot of building up of this, but it's going on, but not quick enough. Yeah, if you're interested in Europe, I brought another slide. Also, other markets are coming up. Here we also look at the UK, even if it's not in the European Union any longer, because it's the second biggest e-mobility market in Europe, and after the UK and Germany as first place, we have France and Sweden. Yeah, here you can see again the high market share we have. The gray one is the total market, which also includes the combustion engines. Of course, we are still successful with combustion engines, and to inform you, VDA is in general technology open, and we also support e-fuels, because with this fuels, CO2-free fuels, you can also reduce emissions in the cars which are already in the market. Yeah, not only the new sales, and there are still a lot cars in the market which will run another 10, 15 years. So having fuels which are emission-free would be a very good option also if you have the goal to lower emissions on a global level. Here again, the development of e-mobility worldwide. Yeah, you see the different regions of the world. The US is still very small compared to China, and Germany is now here gaining their part. Yeah, here again, the sales. I would like to mention here that the United States have just introduced a new incentive for e-mobility, which excludes value added from third countries. And I don't know how much Taiwan will be hit by this, because it looks at raw materials for batteries and final assembly and materials for the batteries. So we were, as a VDA, lobbying against this rule, because we think it's against the spirit of free trade and cooperation. But you know that in the United States, they are very much looking at buy American. So as we have a very open incentive for e-mobility, yeah, we give the incentive to each car. It doesn't matter where it comes from or where the battery comes from. There's another way in the US, and we hope that this does not make a school in worldwide, that other countries follow, because then we really have separated markets, and international trade will be even more difficult than it is today. Yeah, I would like to show you here another slide about the share of production. Yeah, not only sales, but the share of production of electric cars in Germany is now around 20%. Of course, it will rise, yeah, as we have this political framework which goes into the direction of fully battery-driven cars. I will show you right now with the next slides. And the framework comes, of course, from the European Union. They have set CO2 fleet targets, and the program is called Fit for 55. Yeah, and you can see here in the summary, it's not only the CO2 fleet target, there are many other parts of this Fit for 55 program, which also, for example, includes a system for a carbon border adjustment measure, which would be like a custom on CO2 from other countries, or the new emission trading system, and some support, of course, for renewable energy in Europe. The CO2 fleet targets do not say that the ICE combustion engine should be dead by law, but de facto. It's a de facto ban, which means as the goals are so far-reaching, this would not be reachable with ICE cars. So it's like a ban, which is in the press and discussed a lot. And yeah, we will have to adjust to this development, and our strategy is, of course, to fulfill. We have to fulfill, otherwise there are high fines for the manufacturers, and nobody wants to pay this because then also cars would become even more expensive. And yeah, so we are adjusting to this transformation, and the ramp up is going on, as you can see here, also in the European Union. Yeah, so battery cell production, there are still shortages, not only of semiconductors, but also of batteries and battery materials in Europe. But there are more and more companies ramping up the production, but it takes time. Yeah, it takes time, and we do not have the raw materials because they are not, they're not existing in Europe. So we have to import them, and of course we can also recycle a lot, and we can be more sustainable, we can save, but it's still a challenge. So we need international cooperation, and I can tell you VDA is really fighting for this international cooperation. Yeah, here you can see that with the new EU rules also for recycling, that we also need some new input, yeah, and production methods, and it's really a challenge, and maybe Taiwanese companies can also help here. I think this is a very challenging time where we need this international cooperation. Yeah, here's an overview where the raw materials come from, and it's also important to know that we have now some new rules for the sustainable supply chains. Yeah, so if for example, lithium is not produced with the right framework, and the laws of the people are insulted, then there will be a problem with this new law. And therefore, we also have to look at sustainable production worldwide if we want to buy materials and products from outside Germany. Yeah, my last points are about our cooperation. Just to be aware, automotive trade between EU and Germany there's a lot to do more, yeah, because the exports from Germany, we have a trade surplus. This comes from the export of passenger cars. It's very good that Taiwan people, that they like the German brands. So we exported more than 36,000 passenger cars last year to Taiwan, and the exports from direct exports from Taiwan, they are mostly parts for cars, and I'm quite sure that the semiconductor exports, for example, that they are not counted here because it's more in the maybe in the LE sector and not counted as automotive. But still, I think Taiwanese suppliers can gain a lot of momentum here to increase their exports. Here you can see again that Taiwan is the imports from Taiwan to Germany, that they can still be increased a lot. Yeah, what can VDA do to support and to enlarge the cooperation? You are very much invited, to always contact me, and of course you are invited, as I have mentioned, to contact IAA and to visit IAA, our commercial vehicle show, and next year the Munich show. And what we have is the platform for cooperation, our partner portal, Automotive Collab. And there you can look for companies which look for a partner or which look for certain products, or if you want to know who's producing in Taiwan. There's a lot of information in this platform, so you should really have a look at it. And we have also formulated some topics, what we proposed for the consultations between Taiwan and Germany, which just took place. So we were looking, as my colleague has mentioned before, maybe to talk more on and to use the existing capacities of the semiconductor industry for the automotive industry, but also to invest in the European Union and to have an increased exchange in teaching and research. These are our proposals, and I'm very happy to go further into the details later if you're interested. And also we are interested in more studies and courses and then an exchange on this, and also to exchange experts between Germany and Taiwan. Yeah, so I come to the end of my presentation. Here again is a picture from our Automotive Collab, where you can also look for German companies producing in Taiwan. And again, IAI Mobility 23, the next big event to join, and there will also be a big conference program, which is very interesting also for you, and of course Munich is a wonderful place to visit. Yeah, but coming back to Berlin, here are my contact details. Again, I'm very happy to support as far as it's possible, of course, but please come back to VDA, and yeah, I wish you a very good conference, and thank you so much for having me here.
Overview, Duncan， 我们再次掌声感谢 Ms. Mans 来自德国精彩的见解哦。那接下来呢，我们要邀请的是来自德国的台湾博士，一起来带我们了解移动新时代 AI 和自动驾驶解决方案将如何改变未来的汽车 How AI and automated driving solution will change the car of the future。现在我们一起来欢迎台湾博士原厂汽车零件业务部杨建新总经理为我们一起来分享。Please join me in welcoming with applause Mr. Danny Young, General Manager, Automotive Original Equipment Sales, Bosch Taiwan. Welcome.
Test. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Danny Yang. On behalf of Bosch, I'm happy to be here to share our vision and how we transformation of the mobility. Before jump to the today's topic, let me spare a minute to share, to give you a glimpse of our company. Bosch is a global leader of the technology and service company. The company was set up from 1886 in Stuttgart by Robert Bosch as the workshop for the precision mechanism and the electrical engineering. Last year, despite the pandemic, Bosch had reached the sales turnover 78.7 billion euro. And we employ around 403,000 associates, around 440 locations. Bosch operates the business for business sector: mobility solution, industrial technology, consumer good, and engine and building technology. Mobility solution is biggest business sector, which is occupy our revenue around 60%. In the ever-changing world, as a leading supplier of mobility solution, Bosch thinks it's our responsibility to shape a new era of the mobility. In order to push the transformation forward, we believe invest in the R&D is the paramount. Last year, the cost of the research and development slightly increasing to the 6.1 billion, accounting to 70% of the Bosch sales revenue. Out of dynamic research development activity in the Bosch, the mobility solutions business sector again claimed the largest share of research and development cost in 2021 at 74%. In the business sector, I'm coming from mobility solution of the sales department. We pursued a vision of mobility that is safe, substantial, and exciting, and the future is in which mobility adapts to our need. Here is the video we let evaluate on our vision.
Imagine a future in which your home becomes part of the journey. Imagine a future in which mobility adapts to your needs. A future that is sustainable, safe, and exciting. Imagine the future is now. Join us on this journey.
As you can see from the video, Bosch is leading transformation of the mobility. We want everyone to travel to their favorite place. At the same time, we preserve the beauty. We want to change the commuting to the exploring. And we want to move through a world in the smart means the safer. Therefore, we have put in the expertise in various domains to make mobility personalized, automatic, connected, and electrified paths. That's how we shape the new era of the mobility. I'm proud to say we have developed an intensive solution for the mega trend. My share today will be focused on our innovative solution of connecting mobility. Connectivity opens a new opportunity to develop and improve the vehicle and mobility service, which make mobility safer, more efficient, and more convenient. By seamless connect user, vehicle, and service over the internet, driver also get a fascinating experience and ultimately have more fun behind the wheel. How do we the idea into the practice? Let me explain in which two examples of our connecting mobility solution. First one, we call the ride care. When ride a shared car, people often find it annoying when the vehicle is not in a good condition. For example, it is smoke, scratch, dent. Thanks to the new ride care solution, Bosch is developing for fleet operator and the mobility service provider. This can be things of the past. The interior of rental or shared cars should always be welcome, and the vehicle safety need to be ensured at all times. For both shared and commercial freight vehicles, any issue that negatively affect the condition of the vehicle need to be reported in a timely and transparent manner to ensure safety for drivers. Reduce vehicle downtime and effectively bring down operational cost. Ride care consists of a sensor box permanently installed on the inner window shell of the shared vehicle, as well as intelligent software for the data analyzed in the cloud. As soon as the sensor information about the accident or smoke event in the vehicle interior has been transited to the cloud backend, Bosch can use the artificial intelligence math to derive the intensity of any impact and classify for the fleet operator. What benefit will it bring for the operator? First one, clean and welcome interior. The first impression count. We help you mounting the interior state with regard to smoke. Protect your assets and increase the vehicle utilization and keeping the interior smoke-free, or in case of a policy violation, charge to the user. Second, damage detection. Our solution detects the damage event such as bumper, scratch, or other damage to the vehicle exterior while driving or in park position. Even can be matched to the respect period of rental, which allow the quick handle the reimbursement. Increase overall profitability by detecting exterior damage right away when they are caused. Fourth, harsh drive detection. Our solution senses the harsh braking, acceleration, cornering event, as well as downturn. Event can be matched the respect rental period, which allow the identify a risky driver, reduce the risk of the accident, detecting risky driver behavior, and implement the proper measurement. Last but not least, vehicle condition. Based on the damage of the harsh drive event, our solution provides a transparent on the exterior and the wear condition of the vehicle, give an overview of your fleet, and know when the vehicle requires repair maintenance service. Let me share in this picture, it will give you a clear overview. When the sensor detects the event, they will send the data to the cloud. After the event data is processing in the cloud, the customer receives the push notify in the real time. And Bosch Cloud backend provides the high standard data security for data processing and storage. And in the Bosch dashboard, the customer can easier to find evidence and data, get a free overview. Next, we will introduce the Help Connect. In addition to save the cost and the trouble, Bosch is saving the life with our connected mobility solution, Help Connect. This may come as a surprise, but according to the latest statistics figure by MOTC, 8.2 people die of motorcycle every day in Taiwan. In motorcycle accident, every second count. This is where Help Connect, Bosch Connect emergency call solution come in the Help Connect access the sensor in the user's smartphone and the other connecting device are used in intelligent crash algorithm to the automatic detect accident. In Connect emergency call center and the immediate direct them to the scenes of the accident. This saves time and potentially also life. Help Connect combine the automatic accident detection, emergency call function, and the personal emergency response system. It will bring a certain benefit. First, automatic accident detection. Most of the smartphones commercially available today feature search sensor. The crash algorithm of the Help Connect evaluates smartphone sensor data about the speed, acceleration, rotation to determine if there is an accident. Second, 24 hours and 7 days, international emergency call handling. The solution uses the smartphone mobile data connection to transmit the current location. The severity of the impact and depend on the app, optional store health data to the Help Connect 24 hours, 7 days emergency call center. From the call center, specially trained emergency agent attempt to make a contact with a person involved in the accident. Last but not least, immediate rescue aid on site. If the person do not reach and the sensor data indicate a serious fall, the emergency service are notified immediately. Likewise, relatives and friends are optional informed. An emergency call can also be triggered manually at any time. Let me share in the picture. It will give you the overview how the Help Connect works. And let me watch another video to summarize the concept. With our solution, ladies and gentlemen, we are driving the transformation of the mobility. We are connecting the mobility to make mobility safer, more efficient, and more convenient. And we are calling for more mind partners to join the course. Thank you.
感谢杨总精彩的分享，大家再次掌声感谢。我们也请杨总回座。Now for the next presenters, we will hear about a special cooperation case between the German Automotive Certification and Testing Company DEKRA and its cooperation partner, the Taiwanese VIC-1. And for this, I would like to ask Mr. Kevin Huang, Manager of Global Functional Safety Cybersecurity at DEKRA, as well as Ms. Chelsea Chan, Senior BD Manager VIC-1, to come to the stage together to introduce their cooperation about the challenge of future vehicle security certification。 我们马上要欢迎的是德凯认证股份有限公司全球功能安全网络安全经理黄浩店，以及趋势科技子公司 VIC-1 陈银芳资深业务经理上台要为我们分享他们的合作经验，一起来讨论未来交通工具的挑战，尤其是车辆网络安全认证。有请两位。
Hold on， 跑太快。Sorry for technical issue. Okay. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Chelsea Chen from VIC-1 and subsidiary of Trend Micro. And let me briefly introduce the VIC-1 company profile. I think everyone know the Trend Micro, focus on the IT cybersecurity for more than 30 years. And VIC-1, we're the subsidiary, but we only focus on the automotive cybersecurity. And our mission is to provide a comprehensive solution for the whole vehicle life cycle, from the development phase to the post-production phase. So as you can see in the slide here, that what we offer is the unified solution from the vulnerability management to penetration test, and also in vehicle security, which we call IDPS, to protect your ECU like IVI, T-box, and the central gateway. And in the post-production phase, we can help to provide a vehicle SOC, which is located in the cloud, to collect all the data to the backend and to analyze, to detect the potential threat, and to provide the instant response. So this is our mission, to help the OEM and the supplier to not just to comply the regulation, but also to prepare for the future threat. So.
Okay, so hello, good afternoon, dear participant. So firstly, my name is Kevin Huang. So now currently I'm working at DEKRA and in the responsible functional safety and cybersecurity. So before with Chelsea, we share about the future challenge for vehicle cybersecurity. So I would like to introduce about our company. Okay. So, Okay, so maybe some of you already know the DAQA. So DAQA actually is the we call the TIC company. So T, which means the testing, I is the inspection, and the C is the certification. So we call the TIC company. So our head office are located in the Stuttgart. So in the DAQA, so we offered our service in the global, so in the around the 16 countries, we have the location here, and the overall the employees around 43,000 employees in the overall at this moment, and we have the A service division. So for example, like a vehicle inspection, consulting, and the current audit, product testing, training, for example. But I'm focused on the functional safety and cybersecurity. Okay, so. After introduce our both companies, so firstly today our topic are mainly focused on the challenge for future vehicle, especially for cybersecurity. This kind of the point of view. So firstly, I would like to ask about the church. So what is your opinion about the challenge for future cybersecurity certification? Especially we can focus on the Taiwan's local supplier. What's your opinion? Yeah.
Okay, so first, I think the connected vehicle becomes the trend, right? And the huge connection interface, including all the Wi-Fi and the Ethernet and the Bluetooth, these are all the possible attack path for the hacker. And especially, we also noticed that the hacking barrier become lower and lower. Take the recent news last year that one teenager hacker can remotely hack into the Tesla in different country, and it can remotely open the door to control your vehicle. And this is just one case. And the other case is in the Volkswagen Golf car, which is an old vehicle, but the owner can also modify its ECU firmware to turn off the lane keeping assist system to make his vehicle autonomous mode. And all these hacking cases, we believe there will be more and more due to the software-defined vehicle and the connected vehicle. So I think for this cyber threat, are there any regulation for the OEM to comply to?
Yeah, okay, for sure. So maybe some of you already know the one regulation they already announced in the last year. So we call the UN ECE R155. So this is the mandatory regulation for car manufacturer, especially they are at this moment apply in the European area. So which means in the this year, so if the European car manufacturer, if they have the new latest model, they want to sell this area. So which means that they need to prepare something. For example, you can see in the regulation R155, they have the both the parts. Number one is the focus on the management system. Normally we call this a cybersecurity management system. So maybe you are not really understand what's the means of the cybersecurity management system, but maybe we also know information security management system. We call the ISMS. So ISMS is pretty focused on the organization point of view. So they have some security measure to protect maybe hacker to attack our company assets. But the CSMS are pretty focused on the product himself. For example, our company, they develop ECU, electrical control unit, or like IVI, loss kind of system, because well, our data needs to communication. So maybe hacker would like to use some external interface, Bluetooth, those kind of interface, and access your, for example, infotainment, and access your gateway, and access your domain control. So which means they can remote control, disable or enable your steering or parking system, anything. So which means the UNEC R155, they request the car manufacturer, OEM. So firstly, they need to establish the cybersecurity management system. Okay, so after they establish cybersecurity management system, the next one is the we call the type approve. So which means the fulfill mandatory at least from the 2024 July. If they have the new vehicle model including the use of some security module, which means that they need to demonstrate the authority. For example, like a DACWA, we are got Germany transportation approved. We are the authority. We need to inspection the car manufacturer. They can demonstrate their all the vehicle, the cybersecurity risk have the mitigation or security control to avoid the hacker to access their assistant to do some remote control, for example. So this kind of the regulation, their standpoints are like a mandatory. For example, if we have some cooperation with the OEM, so OEM normally will provide some RFQ. During the RFQ stage, they say, oh, you need to must fulfill some ISO standard, but this is only the recommendation. But for the UNEC R155, those kind of the regulation, this is a mandatory, which means without this kind of certification, you cannot sell the car in this area. So that's why a lot of the supplier, especially in Taiwan, they got a highly pressure from the car manufacturer, from the Germany, this kind of car manufacturer, because the OEM, they need to fulfill the those kind of regulation. And the other one, you can see the R156. This is talking about the software update, including the OTA. So those kind of the standard are also the mandatory. Okay, so I think this is the trend of the cybersecurity certification. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Kevin, for detailed explanation. And I think this is in the Europe, right?
Yes.
The mandatory regulation is in Europe, but actually we also received some USA inquiry, and they also require some cybersecurity requirement now. Can you share your opinion for the USA market?
Yes, for the US market, actually, the currently now the regulation only apply the European area. But as I know, some US or car manufacturer, they also follow this rule. But for sure, this is not a mandatory. Okay, but I can share another interesting story. Maybe you could know about. So I think last month I saw some information from LinkedIn. So one of the experts for cybersecurity, they shared a pretty interesting story. They mentioned in the US this market, so if some car manufacturer, they want to get insurance, so which means normally insurance, which means that they will use some quantitative data to estimate your product or your car is a high risk and low risk, right? But at the moment, for the electrical vehicle, they don't have the sufficient data can conduct a quantitative analysis. So which means the insurance company, they always ask US-based car manufacturer, do you have the ISO 21434 certification? Do you have the ISO 26262 certification? Do you have an SPICE certification? Based on that, they can understand, oh, your product have the lower risk than the other, because without implementation, those kind of standard, which means you don't identify your hazard and risk, you don't provide any mitigation. So which means they will ask kind of such the question. So that's pretty interesting in this spatial area, United States. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So I think for the UN R155 and R156 type approval for the OEM, but what about for the Taiwanese supplier? Are there any standard for them?
Okay. As I mentioned, so R155 and R156 is mainly focused on the car manufacturer, right? But in Taiwan automotive industry, we are almost the supplier, right? So how about the supplier? Which standard they need to fulfill? So now we can see. Before I introduce the ISO 21434, so maybe most the people knows at this moment, the car manufacturer, without the supplier, they cannot build their car, right? Because they need to outsourcing. For example, I need to cooperation with the Bosch. For example, I want to cooperation with because they have the vehicle control unit, and for IVI, I need to cooperation with other supplier. So which means you can see that this picture, a vehicle manufacturer, they need to fulfill the R155 and R156, but without the supplier, this is impossible. So they will provide the R155 requirement and push their supplier, no matter tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. But if you're looking about R155, they don't have the such details. We call the engineering activity, how to fulfill the cybersecurity. So which means last year, so ISO also cooperation with the SAE they built a new cybersecurity standard we call the ISO SAE 21434. Okay, so this is the first standard applied for automotive industry. So for this kind of the standard, firstly, they based on the ISO 26262, the concept and idea to develop. And they already announced last year. So for this standard, they provided a pretty another point of view compared with before. Because if you now in the automotive industry, so you could know most the company they are pretty focused on the here we call the V model. Your engineer work pretty hard to develop architecture, software, hardware integration testing, and once the finish, they will release to OEM. So for supplier, maybe they say, oh, I do my best in here, so I don't need to care about the continuous monitoring. But as you know, the hacker will be attacked after your car are sold in the market. So which means the continuous monitoring are quite important. So I would like to check with the chairs. Do you have any solution, or Baker One have any solution can support our local supplier how to execute the continuous monitoring? Yeah.
Yes, thank you for Kevin's question. And of course, as you can see in the ISO 21434, as Kevin just mentioned, it's important to have a continuous monitoring. And this is why we provide Xdata as a vulnerability management tool. In the development phase, in some major milestone, we need to scan the ECU, the system file, to check is there any critical vulnerability inside. And even in the post-production phase, when the vehicles are on the road, the hacker will still try to disclose new vulnerability, and it will still impact your vehicle safety. So this is why we can help to provide this continuous monitoring by 3 steps. The first one is we can do the assessment. When we receive the customer's ECU firmware or the SBOM, we can scan and to show you how many vulnerability is inside your system, and with different risk level from critical to low. And from our experiences, when we scan the supplier's vulnerability, normally there's hundreds of vulnerability or even thousands of vulnerability. And in this time, which vulnerability need to be taken care of first? Of course, it's a critical one. But as we know, if we consider those publicly like CVE and the CVSS rating, it doesn't really consider your ECU's independent environment context. For example, which OS you use, and what is your processor brand, or even what is the ECU configuration. That is why we provide a VIR, a vulnerability impact rating by VIC1. Considering the ECU environmental context, we provide a score based on your environment. And then you can go to the remediation as a 3rd step. And in this phase, our expert will also provide the mitigation suggestion to help you to fix the vulnerability. So as Kevin just mentioned, the continuous monitoring is really important, and that is why it should be a continual process. It's not just a one-time work. We need to continuous monitor because we don't know when will the new vulnerability being disclosed and impact your vehicle. So that is the vulnerability management. We're collaborating with DECRA.
Okay, so I think I also have another question. So maybe Chelsea already showed the, already showed the standard overview of the ISO 21434, right? So maybe if you have some practice other standard, maybe you know something or some pretty similar process existing here. But I have another question because here mostly are like a process point of view, right? So especially they have the threat analysis and risk assessment, right? So we identify the vulnerability. So the engineer will provide the mitigation or security control to mitigate loss the major. But my question is how to validate the vulnerability, because yeah, I identify and I have the mitigation measure. But how to validate? This is from the certification point of view. We will request the car manufacturer or supplier to provide the relevant evidence to show me those kind of mitigation measure is sufficient and enable can detect some vulnerability and will be not evaluated, for example, like a cybersecurity goal. So which means do you have any testing or those kind of service can provide the local Taiwan supplier to support and to validate their security and the measure is sufficient or not sufficient? Okay, this is my question.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So regarding the penetration test, and this is one of the service we provide here. As Kevin mentioned in the chapter 11, in the validation phase, we can provide these 3 types of penetration tests. As we know that traditionally, pen test takes a lot of human resources, which costs time and money. And that is why we provide like the basic one, which we call is the quick scan. So we can conduct the non-vulnerability exploit test by using the automotion tool. So in that case, we can make it a more budget-oriented, and we can complete the test faster. But if customer want to have a deeper scan, then we can go to the second option, is a deep scan. It includes all the quick scan content, but also plus the unknown vulnerability exploit test. And we will use the MITRE technique, automotive MITRE technique. So in this option 2, we use like a half auto tool and half is manual test. And of course, we also provide a traditional one as a complete full test. And in this test, we'll also conduct some 0-day exploit test. And it's possible to find the 0-day attack here. And after the pen test, we'll also provide the comprehensive report from our expert. And we'll also provide some mitigation suggestion.
Okay. So maybe some of you have some question, okay? So because also most of the customers ask me who can conduct the penetration testing. Okay, so I would say the engineer would be like a white hacker because they need to have the attacker experience. Otherwise, they cannot conduct this testing, especially for I call the black box testing. So penetration testing have the black box testing, which means what does mean the black box testing? Which means the engineer, they don't have the deep knowledge about this device. So which means they need to identify, have any vulnerability they don't identify during the development. So which means the testing engineer must have the pretty rich experience about the attacker, like attacker this kind of the experience. So that's why testing is not easy, not compared to our traditional automotive testing, like environment testing, high temperature, low temperature. We put the device in this environment, then after testing, then we check if the function is work or not. So that's a completely different idea and the point of view. Okay, so based on our discussion, I think I can share something what we can offer the Taiwan the traditional supplier. So the moment. Okay, so based on our cooperation, our total solution actually we can offer the training within the DAQA because we are the certification company. As you know, the main service is the training rights. So we offer the automotive cybersecurity engineering training. This is for personal certification. Okay, so after training, we have our own tool can identify the company they would like to implement the ISO 21434, the gaps, maybe they already have some quality standard existing, then we can compare what the existing process is sufficient and what they need to improvement again. So, and for the consulting, I think because we are independent certification company, so Trend Micro could provide a consultant to consult the supplier. So maybe Chelsea, you can share what kind of consultant service you can provide to the supplier. Yeah.
Yes, sure. I think in the vehicle concept design phase, in the very beginning of the development, we can provide some consultant in secure by design to how to design your EEA to make it more secure, how to design your ECU. And then I think Decorah provide the TARA, and we can also provide some real attack case scenario to help you to understand where is the possible attack path and how to do the solution implementation to avoid this attack being happen.
Okay, so finally, I think it's the certification. So if the Taiwanese supplier, if you got some RFQ or request from your OEM, if they need to request you provide some certificate. So for sure, we are pretty happy to provide our certification certificate to supplier. So finally, I got summarized because we are not only to provide the certification to our local supplier, not only for the certification point of view, we also want to support together with the bigger one, we want to support the supplier can use this kind of process and to approach more the car manufacturer and win the order. So that's I think the vision, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, of course. So briefly, VIC1 can provide a comprehensive solution from the ECU protection. I think in Taiwan there's many tier 1 or tier 2 supplier, so we can help to do that. And also for the continuous monitoring, we can also work together to check the vulnerability status and of course the pen test. Yeah. So we'll be happy to provide the solutions.
Okay, so thank you. That's all. I think if you have any further question, so we can discuss after the seminar. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Chelsea, for the wonderful sharing for us. And now we're going to have a very special presentation through video from Lite-On Technology Corporation because the presenter suffered from COVID-19, so he couldn't come here today, but he pre-recorded the picture for us, the video for us. 好，我们接下来要迎接一场比较特别的分享，是来自光宝科技股份有限公司汽车电子事业部汽车电子应用产品事业处的技术育成市场总监陈俊雄。陈总监因为确诊的关系没有办法来到现场，但是他还是准备了一个预录的影片来跟大家做分享。那主题是关于 How AI and Automated Driving Solutions Will Change the Car of the Future。移动新世代 AI 和自动驾驶解决方案将如何改变未来的汽车产业？现在一块来看来自陈总监的分享。
Good morning and good afternoon. Let me introduce myself. My name is Darren. I'm working for Lite-On as head of technology initiative of automotive. Today, I would like to introduce what Lite-On's business and what kind of product we are developing for automotive, especially by using AI to improve current automotive vision applications. Here, I would like to give you some key index of Lite-On. Recently, I think our group revenue is around the USD 5.5 billion, and the employer worldwide is around 36,000 employees. The R&D team, I think the investment for R&D is around 200 million per year. And the patents we have is around more than 3,000. Today, we would like to cover the automotive. So here I also list the certification we have, something like the SPICE, VDA, and also IATF 16949, and also for functional safety, the ISO 26222. I think this is the basic we need to have before we say we are doing the automotive business. And because Lite-On already established around almost 50 years, so actually we have many different kind of business units. So here I will give you a very quick overview. I belong to automotive electronics, but we also have some major business like the power, the LED, and also the networking. I think the footprint to support the Lite-On group business is worldwide. So today we are talking about the German and also Taiwan. We also have the office in the Wetzlar and different kind of location in Europe to support the business. I think I give you a very quick presentation about what the Lion Group. Now we are talking about more focus on the automotive solution. Most of the companies will ask why Lion and when Lion start to do the automotive business. But I have to say, actually, we are not initial by ourselves. We acquire a joint venture with Philips. So in 2007, Lion Information Technology, the subsidiary of the Lion Group, have a joint venture company, PLDS, with Philips for optical disc drive business. At the same time, the Philips Automotive Product Module, we call APM, were merged within the PLDS as an automotive BU. And the automotive BU actually is managed by the Lion Group. This is the office, the APM. It is in the north side of the Frankfurt. So this is the start point. We involve the automotive business. So we learned and we inherited almost all the experience from the APM. We also have another subsidiary called Dunyang. Actually, this company is also the first automotive electronics company in Taiwan since 1979. But in 2006, it's become the subsidiary of Lion Group. So if we are talking about Lion, we have two different kinds of subsidiary doing automotive. But we, how to say, Lion Group consider we should have more synergy with the mother group Lion. So we Lion IT or PLDS Automotive and also Dunyang was merged back to Lion Group in 2014. So now we all call Lion. This is the business we inherit or own develop by ourselves. So you can see the major, the OEMs, and also the tier ones are all our customers. So our business model covers the tier 2 and also tier 1, depends on the products we are talking about. So here is basically the what kind of product portfolio we have. But today we are focusing about the AI, so we should only cover the camera and also the vision AI portion. But another portion is more hard, is also the EV charger. But unfortunately, we will not talk about it today. So this is what we are talking about, the vision solutions, the camera module. We are talking about hardware. All these kind of type of cameras was our running business with some OEM and also some tier ones. So Lion supports the finished good and also the design service, even the manufacturer service to our customers. And if we are looking for the future of the cameras, maybe we should talk about for viewing or for sensing. Means for viewing is for human being, so it's more like the color contrast for another factors. So you can see the percentage wise is not so, the category is keep the same due to, I think, a more and more trend towards the camera. Well, we are be focused on the sensing, especially for ADAS or autonomous. By this kind of trend, let's look about where is the major growth of the cameras. So here we like to share the Euro report from level 0 to level 5. The camera usage is getting more and more. But here we will give you more highlight on the viewing surround, or even the surround. Here we're talking about viewing surround is talk about you have to make decision by yourself. Means the driver, you have to make decision, because the camera only service you as a viewing image, but we want to make it some different. What kind of difference we are talking about? If we are talking about the safety, no matter the active safety or passive safety, for image sensor, many giants, they are focused on the long range, means in the highway in very high speed. But as we are not so big, we are more interested in how we can protect the driver or the passengers in a very short range, from the warning to pre-crash duration. For this kind of condition, I think we just need to monitor the surrounding of the vehicle. So a very traditional the surrounding application is the around view. Just like I show you in the left side, using 4 fisheye cameras to stitch in the environment around you. But you can see the objects is quite hard to recognize by drivers due to the distortion is big under the fisheye. So either already very tough for a human being, it also very hard for the deep learning. And most of the development currently is using the narrow FOV, means the distortion is limited. So more and more research is trying to implement the AI model can detection the object by using fisheye image directly. So Lion is also one of the company we are trying to develop some models, and by using our optical design parameters and also the signal processing capability to get more performance. Besides the image, we try to identify the recognition. The different kind of information is also necessary to do the job better. Something like the distance, the moving speed. So something like the different kind of camera, the vision sensors is necessary. Here I show you some stops. There's already have some partnership, or we have some operation business running. Something like a 3D camera or 3D LiDAR, or even the thermal camera. I think it can give us more information than the traditional cameras. And we need such kind of information to fusion with the AI model to provide more accuracy, the information to drivers or even to the computers. Besides, we need to do such kind of research. I think how to implement the software is also another key point. Based on our developing process and also our experience, I think the team is quite familiar with the automotive grade software development. So we want to reuse such kind of skill and capability, and to put in more AI information, the DNA, and try to provide more value to our customers, because we can service them from the chip selection, module design, sensor design, or even the pre-processing software stack, or even some middleware. The AI model can help before the decision unit make any decision. So combined to our just mentioned the hardware camera, we already supplying to customers. We also try to provide the software stack based on our hardware design. So it is more easier for us to optimize the performance using our hardware due to we can get some permit during design phase. So I think this is what we try to give more value to our customers. Here I summarize what kind of software in current stage we are trying to provide. The first one is the fisheye recognition. As I mentioned just a few minutes ago, there are only few companies are developing the fisheye, the AI models. Lion would be one of them, and would like to be one of them, due to it can save the time to do the image distortion or different kind of processing, and also we can improve the accuracy of the detection model. So I think it can reduce the false alarm of the system. The second one is the surrounding tracking. Once we can do the fisheye recognition in a very good performance, I think the second stage is we are trying to track in each detected object to create their path and also moving vectors. I think it's more easier to do the risk management by such kind of information, because most of the moving object there's no any risk, the potential risk, but just use the one image is very hard. So this also we want to develop, and currently is under developing. The third one is the driver monitoring. I think most of the car makers and tier ones need to fulfill the Euro NCAP and also some different kind of countries regulation. Yes, there are already many companies doing driver monitoring. As I just mentioned, Lion, we designed the camera, and we developing the NIR, sense the LED, and we also have the optical team. We also have the AI team. So we now we combine all together in one big team. We are trying to improve the driver monitoring performance from the very early design stage, and also in each kind of integration process, and also using the different kind of thinking to develop our AI model. We hope we can provide more accuracy on the driver intention, not only the behavior we can capture from the one image. So this is all the three software stack currently we are developing, and we think we can do better than some pure software company, because they don't have any hardware or optical background. They just using the input image as the source, but we can change different kind of input from very early design stage. To show you some very short video clips, this is the surrounding AVM fisheye image stitching. Currently, our team developed. So you can see the stitching performance is quite good, and it's better for the different kind of post-processing. And this is, I just mentioned, we are trying to do the deep learning on the fisheye image directly to identify different kind of objects. Due to we can do such kind of detection, so we can easily to mapping this kind of information on the bird's view. Here I just show you the moving object without a path. The path, I think maybe next time I can show you more accuracy. Due to be honest, the ID mapping between different kind of camera is very tough. So we are trying to solve this kind of issues. Another is driver monitoring system. Here also I show you what we already implement by different kind of models to detect different kind of factors we need to use to monitoring, and also try to provide the value I just mentioned, the intention. Okay, so here is all the slides I share today. So thanks for your time.
Okay, thank you for the presentation from Lite-On Technology Company. 我们感谢来自光宝科技的分享。Then we will now have a very short coffee break for 10 minutes for our viewers on YouTube. During the break time, you can enjoy some interesting promotion videos of the companies that are here today. And we are looking forward to seeing you again in 10 minutes. 接下来我们现场要进行10分钟的休息时间。那在 YouTube 线上的观众朋友们，这10分钟我们也准备了非常精彩的影片哦。是关于今天所有参与的企业的精华介绍。那么当然在10分钟之后，我们的论坛会更精彩，会有大家耳熟能详的知名汽车品牌，还有高科技公司加入我们论坛讨论的行列。那也请大家持续锁定 See you later。
I'm only allowed to have 1 hour of gaming a day. My mom's so old school.
Yeah, totally.
Old school? Really? Challenge accepted. Accepted.
Let's start the show. High-tech pro. Smart machines. What's up, teens? I'm baking smart. Fancy art. We're complete. All is neat. I'm riding E. Sustainably. I navigate. Never late. Then checking in. Safety wins. I watch my kitchen. Hungry kitten. Such bad air. I take care. Get in the car. High-tech star. High-tech star. High-tech star. Front radar. Safer car. I own that place. Like a Bosch.
Oh my gosh.
Watch space. Yes, you won. High-tech mom. High-tech mom. High-tech mom. High-tech mom. High-tech mom. Live like a Bosch with many intelligent, connected, and sustainable solutions. From Bosch.
It's a moon rock. From the moon. Moon rocks are old school.
Yeah, totally.
I did two. I think we
have
have 10 was the amount that we did. Yeah.
别人看见现在，我看见未来的无限可能。创造是所有可能的起点。在脑海中建立一个角色，让他成长，以艺术、体验、思考作为动力来源，让灵感在脑海中发动。我创造另一个我。在当下，我们以最完美的姿态演出，一同追求所有创新的可能性，从轮廓到眼神，从启动到加速每个心跳，任何念头，甚至一抹微笑，都是我们共存的证明。速度不一定伴随着声音，而安静让我更能驾驭自己。每次旅程都是一次归零，让每个当下不断再生，开创下个全新纪元，让世界看见前所未见。奥迪一创 GT， 心驰神往。
I'm only allowed to have 1 hour of gaming a day. My mom's so old school.
Yeah, totally.
Old school. Really? Challenge accepted. Accepted. Let's start the show. High-tech pro. Smart machines. What's up, teens? I'm baking smart. Fancy art. Work complete. All is neat. I'm riding E. Sustainably. I navigate. Never late. Then checking in. Safety wins. I watch my kitchen. Hungry kitten. Such bad air. I take care. Get in the car. High-tech star. High-tech star. High-tech star. Front radar. Safer car. I own that place. Like a boss.
Oh my gosh.
Off to space. Yes, you won.
Now the session is going to start. Please be seated. 各位贵宾，我们的活动即将开始，请回座。Thank you very much, everyone, and I hope you enjoy the break. Now let us get back into the forum with the next topic, which is ED driving experience of the future. 非常感谢线上还有现场的观众朋友们，回到我们的活动的现场啊，我希望大家都有充分的休息到。那现在我们回到论坛，一样要探讨的重要主题，共同题目是未来电动车的驾驶体验。Here I would like to first ask Mr. Frank Lofesser, Director After Sale and Dealer Development, Volkswagen Group Taiwan Company Limited, to come to the stage and share his presentation about the smart customer journey with us. 现在我们郑重欢迎台湾福斯股份有限公司售后服务处长 Frank Lofesser 先生，大家掌声欢迎。也欢迎他与我们分享他的主题是聪明消费者之旅。
Hello.
Welcome.
Is it okay for you if I remove my mask so I have more oxygen?
Yeah, it's fine for you. Yeah, please.
谢谢. So thank you very much for inviting me. Where's Axel? So Axel invited me. So thank you, Axel, for inviting me. So my name is Frank. On behalf of Audi Taiwan, I would like to give you today a little bit of glimpse how we driving in the future. Then also where are we currently? And then also not only about the car, but how has the customer changed the transformation of our consumers? And then also a little bit about electric charging in Taiwan. So first of all, I would like to share with you a little bit how we seeing us driving from now in 10 years.
Envision a space that awakens the senses, immersive, connecting you to the world, and full of new possibilities. Experience the next dimension of inspiration. Automated, digital, powered by sustainable ecosystem. A new era of high-class mobility awaits.
So isn't that cool? So imagine, I mean, you sit in one of those cars and then you can drive from Taipei to Kaohsiung, relax, sit back, eat, drink. So no need to take the HSR anymore. But also, please don't go off the highway because then we have problems with the scooters. Okay, this is the future. So have a look a little bit what is the reality and where we are now. But also you can see on the left-hand side in 2012 and now where we are. So a big jump has done in the last 10 years. So now when I'm talking, we look the next 10 years, right? Where are we? So I mean, we're transforming quite fast. So look at this picture. We still have a stick shift inside. We had a very, very small screen. There was no connectivity, no CarPlay, no Apple Connect, nothing. So now this is our latest, one of our latest model in 2022, the Audi Q4, which will be also shortly introduced in Taiwan. And you can see, very clean, everything is digital. We are very well connected already in these cars. So you can see in 10 years, for 10 years ago, we had the iPhone 4, I think, or SE, and now we are on 14. So the transformation is speeding up. So what can our cars do at the moment? So we are permanently connected. So you have your mobile phone, you go into the car, you have your completely song lists, you have your telephone book, everything is completely copied into your car. You are completely connected, you have Wi-Fi, you have Bluetooth, you can use it as an office actually, what you can see here for convenience. You can watch movies, you can do everything in the car actually. You don't need an office anymore. So our cars are customized. So example, I can use my handphone and I bring it to the door handle and the door handle recognizes me as the driver of the car and the car is opening. So there we're coming back to the security issues. So, but everything is approved, yeah, of course, in R&D. So, but there you can see how much technology is in these cars at the moment. This is incredible. Driver assistance system. I think Axel most probably mentioned this in the morning to you. So how the transformation of driver assistance system was. So in looking back 10 years ago in the cars, there was nothing. We had an ABS, we have airbags. That's it about driver's assistance systems. Now we have everything inside. Yeah? We have a 360-degree view in the MMI. So the cars are accelerating by themselves, and if they see something in front and is braking, our car's brakes or decelerating, and if the customer is not be careful, the car will stop completely by themselves. So this is also quite interesting experience. I had this by myself. So the car stops. You cannot do anything. Yeah? You try to accelerate, the car stops. So this also is I would not say a problem, but this will be an impact for our retailers in the future, because we will see less and less car accidents on the road. So our dealers also has to change their mindset, and our customers will not come for body and paint repairs anymore. So that's what I say. So the transformation has a huge impact on everything. Then personalized. Yeah? So we personalize our cars. So if I go now to my car, I can set up 3-4 different drivers. So the car recognizes me. I say, okay, I'm Frank. Then my seat will be adjusted. My temperature in the car will be adjusted. Everything will be adjusted to my needs and my requirements. Then if a second driver goes in, keys in the name, the car will change to the needs and requirements of this driver. So we are really already steps ahead than 10 years ago. Car2X, I just had a small discussion with some students here, quite interesting. So they are interested in Car2X. So Car2X, what does it mean? Car2X is that the car already predicts your driving. So in the future, it will be that we have smart cities. So this means the car already knows that in 500 meters, the traffic light will jump to red. And the car decelerates, so we don't need to brake anymore down the car, or the car don't speed up, so we can save some fuel consumption. So this is only the basics, what I'm explaining you. But we're getting so smart in our cars. Then, of course, battery electric vehicles. So we have now introduced 3 models in our market, BEV cars. So we were one of the first German car manufacturer in Taiwan, so after Tesla. So was the first, and then Audi came actually. So and about the charging, I will talk about a little bit later to you. So, but not only the cars itself is changing, so now we're coming to the customer behavior. So the consumer also changed dramatically. So the needs and the requirements of a customer has changed to their convenience. So we need to change as well. So what we are doing now in Audi Taiwan is we're developing a completely new ecosystem, completely and fully digitalized for customer. So this means in the future that the customer, everything from his app, so from the vehicle purchase, so if he needs to go to maintenance, so payments, everything is on this app. So with a local company, I cannot mention this is a little bit confidential at the moment. My boss said we should not share too much. Yeah, I said, so because he wants to do the big announcement then when we are ready next year. So if you're sitting in your car now, you key in something in your navigation and say, okay, I want to go to Da'an. But the car already knows that I like to eat beef noodle soup, example. Then when you park, the car will make you a suggestion, where's the next beef noodle house. So these things, this will come. This is not far off. So we will have this latest by end of next year ready. So, and you will be really, really amazed. So when I talk about customer experience and how this is connected, so everything starts from a system is called Salesforce. This system is implemented in our retailers. Every retailer has to key in the customer data, and also here. So customer data is the future. We need the data of our customer. We need to know our customers. So when a customer is purchasing a car, we need to know everything about the customer, so we can serve the customer very, very in an excellent manner, premium service. Example, we keying in here to the customer, Mr. Lee. We say, okay, Mr. Lee likes to play golf, birthday, of course, phone number. Mr. Lee has 2 kids, and he likes to drink Coca-Cola or a cappuccino. So, and then Mr. Lee gets a customized My Audi app, on the app, and all his data are with us. So Mr. Lee has birthday, automatically we getting a reminder, or Mr. Lee has today birthday, we automatically can contact Mr. Lee, invite him to our shop for free car wash, or we can send him a free birthday gift. So we have to keep also in touch with our customers. So then Mr. Lee wants a service, so he can book a service with the app. So he can then tell us he wants to get the car picked up. So he don't want to go to the workshop. So he comes, the car will picked up, brought to us. Then he can then do the payment with line. So automatically paid. Then he getting some points, loyalty points. And then also, what we said, the charging. So this is now also a key. So Mr. Lee has now a problem, or not a problem, he is driving from still from Kaohsiung or to Taipei, or from Taipei to Kaohsiung, and he needs to charge the car in between. So at the moment we have several apps. So we have, this was this is also one step back, 2018, 2022. When I arrived here in 2015, we not even talked about battery electric vehicles. 2017, we got to know Audi will introduce battery electric vehicles, and we have to get ready for these cars. But there was no charging, except Tesla. Tesla had their own charging network, and for the others, there was nothing. So then, where are our colleagues from IDB? Not there. So I was in IDB and asked IDB, who's in charge to set up charging? Because we as a car manufacturer, we are not into the charging business. Then you say, oh, we looked at each other, and then I walked out of IDB because there was no answer. Nobody knew who was in charge of setting up the infrastructure. But now look at 2022, not too many years in between. We have so many charging stations. This is incredible. So as I see, the technology is changing, the people changing, because now we're getting more and more electric cars. Now there's business cases for the companies. Before there was nothing. So now, of course, everyone wants to have a piece of the pie for the charging. So I only took out a few charging providers we're having at the moment in Taiwan. And we are working together with a few of them. And our customers know now to which charging station they can go, and they are connected to each other. So we have two options of charging. I don't know if you know, but I can explain you briefly. We have DC charging. DC means fast charging. So you go with your car, 20% battery is empty. Within half an hour, you have 80%. So this is fast charging. Then we have the AC charging, which you charge your car overnight in a hotel or at home. So this is very slow charging. DC charging stations, I go back. So we hello? Sorry. So you can see the yellow ones. So we have now a lot of fast charging stations all over Taiwan, but we're getting more and more. So there's not a problem anymore, no customer concerns to drive from Taipei to Kaohsiung. So easy. So what we have established with, sorry, digitalization. Is it okay. What we have established with Audi is a cooperation at the moment with Nuru, with TCC, with Tile, EV Oasis, and eValue. So our customer, when they purchase an e-tron, a charging card, and they can charge within these 5 charging operators. The next step, what we have done is we have now established a roaming, because we are also not a billing company. So we don't want to get involved in electricity business. So we have now established the first roaming between Nuru and EV Oasis. So our customer can either go to Nuru or EV Oasis, and then from there, the billing process will be started. So they speaking to each other, and then they arranging the billing. So this, and we are talking now to more of the charging suppliers. So this is more convenience for our customers. So that's what I'm saying. So cars fully connected, super convenience. Now we have to look after the customer. And Taiwan is really, really ideal for this. It's small. We don't need to have a big infrastructure for charging. If you can see in Germany, what the comments earlier presented in Germany, so we don't have so much charging stations. So this is the reason why people still hesitating to buy a BEV in Europe. So here in Taiwan, we're very good off. And I think by 2023, 2024, we will see, especially in Audi, the entire sales volume will be 30%. 30% of the entire sales volume what we're selling will be battery electric cars. So imagine that, right? So keep this in mind. And then also our app for convenience. So watch the space. This will come next year. And I think this will be a big bang for Audi in Taiwan. And yeah, if you have, I give you now a big picture. So if you need more information, ask for my business card, my contact details, I'm happy to share. I have already some students, they can see me in my office, I can show them around. So it's not a problem, we are very open, also for new talents. So don't be shy, contact me for any questions. Thank you, 谢谢.
Thank you, Mr. Professor. Are there any questions for Mr. Professor? OK， 我们非常感谢来宾的分享。那接下来呢，我们要欢迎的是友达光电股份有限公司车用显示器事业单位资深处长徐文浩徐处长，来请徐处长进行分享智慧驾驶舱的解决方案。Now I would like to introduce Mr. Simon Shi from AUO Corporation to share his representation about smart copy solutions. Mr. Shi, the floor is yours.
Hello. I'll follow to take my mask off. Yeah. So, good afternoon. My name is Simon. From AUO. I'm in charge of automotive solution business unit now, and also to show my commitment to this event, I'll be in Germany this Sunday to promote automotive from Taiwan. So today my topic is the trend and opportunities of automotive display in smart cockpit. So first of all, I'll briefly introduce you who is AUO for automotive display and how do we see the trend and opportunity and what we are working on and looking for. So AUO is, we are now 25-year-old display company, and we've been working on automotive display for more than 10 years. So currently, overall automotive display we are worldwide number 3. And also for the central information display, we are number 1. So as here you can see from Taiwan, the AUO and the Innolux and the Giant Plus, overall maybe at least 4 cars, new cars sold on the market, there's a Taiwan display inside the car. So there's an average like 90 million cars sold every year, and each car has in average 2 displays. So the total display market size is 180 million pieces. Now its compound growth rate is about 15% every year. So some car has 6 displays, and we have 5. So kind of too many. But we really see the growth opportunity for the automotive display. So this is our product. In particular, you know the cluster, you know the central information display, but we also, sorry. But doesn't allow me to show that page. So recently, we also see some co-driver display, the passenger display in front of the co-driver, so that a lot of mobility service can enter. And that seat we call queen seat, that they usually have the highest budget to allocate. Okay, so also we see the mirror, head-up display, and the side mirror. So this is a growing need for the display. So this is technology roadmap. In brief, we see later on I'll explain the technical trend we see. So also we see from previous to now, AO has been working on the ESG for a long time for sustainability, but recently we do see this becomes a real business because we see the more and more clear requirement from the OEM to reduce the so-called global warming potential. So we need to calculate the carbon footprint for the display, for the alloy die casting, for those metal, steel, so that how to reduce the weight and the carbon footprint and the power efficiency for the EV car. So this has becoming a very clear trend. So this is one of the examples that we work with some notebook supplier or brand to do a recycled notebook. So we also see the trend for automotive product. We need to do this kind of things. So AO is not only one company. We have a group from upstream to downstream. So in particular, something related to automotive, we have our fabless design house, which is related to semiconductor for the automotive driver IC. We also have our LED, mini LED, micro LED, that's the latest display technology. And also we have BenQ material, making optical film like a polarizer, and also the EV battery separator now already in mass production. So the whole group has been working on the automotive more and more aggressively. So the trend we see is that we see three trends for automotive display. The first one is due to the electrification that we see more and more space available for the interior. And also due to the autonomous driving currently level 2, that more and more entertainment requirements from the consumer. And also we see an obvious trend that all the expectation is triggered by the consumer electronics. When you get used to 4K from Netflix, you will expect a high resolution video from the car. So of course, this is a very intuitive trend that need more display. And the second trend is new way of information. So when you put too many displays, sometimes it's a distraction to the driver. Okay, so how to properly present the information needed when it's needed. So we call some people call display on demand. And the head-up display is one of the example. If you turn it off, you will feel nothing. And it turn on, it's a projection. So it won't put the black screen in front of you, but the information is shown when it's needed. So those kind of how to emerge those information display into the interior design becomes a topic from the design studio from the OEM. And the third trend is we think 90% of the plastic physical button will be replaced by display, but still some of them will be left because when you drive like 150 on the freeway, you don't want the screen is too flat to find some icon. So sometimes you need to fill it. But 90% of the button or the HMI physical button will be eventually replaced. So these are all the trend we see so that we have some technology to fulfill that. So the right side are all our products. The middle one is the augmented reality head-up display we ship to Volkswagen to the ID4, the 4.6-inch head-up display. So business model-wise, we also see a big trend of change because of the electrical engineering architecture of the car from previous head unit base that the distributed architecture to a centralized ECU architecture so that the sourcing and also the display, the head unit or the cockpit domain controller and the display are separated. So this is not only technically separated, also sourcing-wise, we see more and more opportunity that we directly discuss with OEM to define the future display format and also the resolution and all the features. So this is one of the examples that we ship the fully integrated display module directly to the OEM. So this is the happening trend we see. So for the value chain. So the tier 1, 2, 3 is now reshuffling somehow. Okay. So this is also, we see the automaker are having different thinkings. The GM claims they are becoming a platform innovator instead of an automaker because of their battery platform. And Toyota is creating a city So they're a mobility service company. Volkswagen claims it's going to be a big software company in Europe. So we do see a lot of change. Of course, the core is still to deliver a safe car, but with a lot more user experience. And the Sony, we used to do a lot of business with Sony TV. Now they move some resources from TV to automotive and the alliance with Honda, so to leverage their core competency to create EV brand. So this is really exciting industry change. So for sure, I think recently I heard that in Japan, some people rent a car to take an afternoon nap and do a video conference call for 3 hours. I rent, so we can also rent it. So it really becoming a third living space that after COVID, you don't have a fixed seat in the office, so you have to work from home, but if you want to get away, then you maybe rent a car to take a nap, to take a break for a video conference. So in the future, really a lot of service will enter the cockpit. Okay, so we see a display becoming the most important HMI. Of course, the central computing is one thing, and the user interface will be another key factor. So what we are currently working on, this is more display technical things, but just for your reference, I have a visual ideas that when we call mini LED, it's like a micrometers, 100 micrometer scale mini LEDs. And when we talk about the micro LED, it's like a 30 micrometer square micro LED. And the beauty of micro LED is you can pick and place the LED onto different substrate, so you can do different things. So maybe I'll just share with you the video clip that helped me to share what we want to create in addition to conventional display. So this is one of the three examples of how we utilize the micro LED. The first one is we want to integrate the display into the material, the interior material, because usually you pay a lot of money to buy those luxury feeling. Okay, not to buy display because a TV is very cheap. So how to really immerse those information into the cockpit material, decoration material. That's one of the topic. And the second thing is, you see the latest, the BMW 7 Series, the rear seat, there is a 32-inch, 30-something inch display for panorama cinema. So how to make it rollable so that when you don't use it, don't need it, you just become invisible. And the latest one we call stretchable. You see your cockpit is never flat. And you see your foldable phone is just a one-dimensional foldable, but never fit in a real design, like a dome shape. They don't do that. So how to really put the micro LED onto a flexible substrate, a skin-like or close-like substrate, so that we can really have a conformal display integrated into the interior design. That's something, the benefit and the merit of the micro LED display. So those kind of innovation, we are gradually discussing with the OEM and also the design studio to make it happen for a real cockpit to differentiate, because in the future that the EV car or the horsepower, effective horsepower is very fast, from 0 to 1 100 kilometer per hour. It's within 5 seconds, it's the default. Yeah, so interior is really the differentiation point. Okay. So I think I will skip the technical part. So we are now from previous, we are a display expert. We believe user experience is the key. So how to really have a design collaboration with the tier one, with the OEM, that's something we are working on to enable by the micro LED and LED display. Okay. So I think that's wrap up my talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shi. Are there any questions for Mr. Shi? 我们再次感谢徐处长带来精彩的分享。那接下来呢，我们要进行专家讨论前的最后一场分享了。我们要邀请的是辉能科技股份有限公司行销处处长许荣珍，欢迎许处长上台，并与我们分享主题固态电池技术的突破商业化和 Prologen 的亮点。The topic is about solid-state battery technology breakthrough, commercialization, and highlights of Prologen. Welcome.
Okay, Mr. Lindbergh and dear audience, no matter on site or online, thanks for your participation. And I'm Lisa, marketing of Prologen. And Prologen is next generation battery, next generation solid state battery maker. And okay, as we know that things are changes in recent years, and because for net zero, according to BCG, they said 50% of ICE car will be replaced by EVs by 2030, so that they can target to the target in 2050 for net zero. So that's why there are more than 20 countries working on the roads to speed up the BEVs development and the sales. And for the OEM car makers, they also have product plans to have completely electrified in no matter 2030 or 40. So you can see that for the battery demands, it changes, it grows a lot, almost 16 times big than 10 years ago. So if we look at from 2030, there's more than 90% of the battery demands come from electrical vehicle market. So in conclusion, the battery market scale grows to more than 3,400 gigawatt hour, and 90% battery demand comes from the from EV. And if we put it into the dollars, then the battery market scale grows to $390 billion in 2030, and this is according to BNEF's research, and they said with these numbers, 40% EV is poised to take off passenger vehicle market. But the market scale is so big, but there are still potential derailers, because they all use the liquid type battery now. And for the liquid type battery, they use the separator between the cathode and anode is weak. It's something like a very thin and soft film, just like the plastic wrap that we use in the kitchen. So you can't imagine that your safety is protected by that kind of the film, right? So for the liquid type battery, there's just inherent design in it, so it's not safe. And especially when they are thinking about to increase the energy density for longer mile range, for longer driving range, they need to use the more aggressive active materials like high nickel content cathode, or the silicon oxide anode, or lithium metal anode. But those active materials, when they have more capacity inside, it's become more dangerous, it's more active. That means it's more it's unstable. So when they increase the energy density for the driving range, they sacrifice the safety of the battery cell. So for the liquid type battery, safety and energy density, it's a trade-off. You have one, you lose another one. So with this reason, also when they use the active, when they use the high nickel content cathode or the lithium metal anode, this thing is unstable. So there's also some potential risk when they're doing the fast charging. And in other way, if they want to use a safer battery like lithium LFP, 磷酸锂铁, then LFP is heavy and bulky. So the specific energy density is also low. And for the price, since the liquid battery has already developed for more than 30 years, so all the method, or no matter the manufacturing process improvement or the material cost improvement, everything almost used before in these 30 years. So that the price has already almost the limitation of the liquid type battery. And the last thing is that since the liquid battery, there is liquid type electrolyte, and the liquid type electrolyte is solvent, and it's not environmental friendly, and also it's very hard to recycle. But Palladium, our solid-state battery, can help to overcome those derailers. With our battery, we offer the fundamentally safe characteristic because we use the solid-state electrolyte instead of the liquid-type electrolyte. And we use the solid-state electrolyte to become the separator and to separate the cathode and anode. You just imagine that solid-state electrolyte or the separator is something like ceramic. So it's very, it's not like the plastic wrap that you use in the kitchen. The safety level is totally different. And for the liquid type battery, if the temperature is higher than 130 centigrade degree, the thermal runaway will happen. But for our solid-state battery, even the temperature is higher than 170 centigrade degree, 280 or 300 centigrade degree, there's any fire, no explosion. And for the energy density, if the Tesla Model 3 use our battery instead of the cylindrical that it use now, the energy density that we can provide is 79% higher. And if they use our battery to replace the cylindrical, they also have more. They also can offer 66% faster charging ability. And for the specific energy density, we have 39% increase. And for the price, we can deliver 16% lower than the Model 3. And the best thing is that with our solid-state electrolyte, 90% can be recycled and also reused to do another new battery. So if we compare with liquid type battery, you can see that for the fast charging ability, we can do 12 minutes fast charging. And for the driving range, if they use our battery to replace the Model 3 cylindrical batteries, then we can, the driving range of our battery can deliver more than 1,000 kilometers. And for the recycled materials, we can not only recycle the cathode that liquid type battery does, but also we can recycle the solid-state electrolyte as well. And for the solid-state electrolyte, we can recycle 90% of it. And for the cost, we have 16% lower. So here is our here is our strength. We have strong innovation and strategic partners. From established in 2006, we've already sold our battery for more than 9 years. You see that we have sold our first battery called FLCB to HTC for them to do the power flip, HTC One Max power flip case, and that is our first customers. And after that, 3 years later, OEM car makers came to us. So we started to do automotive battery cells to them and ship the automotive battery cells, more than 7,300 pieces from 2016 to now. And among them, 2,300 is ordered cells. And in 2019, we have our first demo EV car in China. And in early of this year, we've already signed a CDA with Mercedes-Benz, and also they invested us with double-digit European dollars. And next year, we will have our first mass production line in Taoyuan, Guanyin, which production capacity, the planned production capacity will reach 3 gigawatt hour. And we will start from 0.5 gigawatt hour first, and then gradually scale up to 3 gigawatt in Taoyuan. And for now, we have 574 patents all over the world, and 91% of them are new invention patent. And there are more than 200 people's R&D and engineering. And except the 7,300 automotive battery cells, we also already shipped more than 1 million battery cells to other consumer markets, like IoT, wearable, or industry, or some niche market. And also we have strong strategic partner like Mercedes-Benz, Vinvest, and also some upstream supplier like Postco, and also two-wheel customer Gogoro. Okay, and another advantage of Poland is that we have various product portfolio and solid sales record. From 2013 to now, we have more than 9 years sales record with FLCB or PLCB. The FLCB, you see the golden one is flexible and it's bendable, and it's ultra thin. The thickness is only 0.45 millimeter. And for PLCB, it's just like a pouch type battery that you use in with the liquid type battery. The shape or the outlook is the same, and also use the aluminum aluminum foil as the outside package. And but except the cells, we also move forward to the module and also the battery pack. So if we compare our solid-state battery and other solid-state battery competitors, no matter in United States or in China, we are the first one who not only do the cell but also the module and pack. And when they are struggling solving the technology bottleneck of the material of the internal resistance, we've already conquered all the problem and trying to do the industrialization. So you can see that from the right side, in 2014 to 2016, we sold our battery cells to the consumer accessories, wearable or smart cards. And in 2017 to 2018, we sold our cells to IoT, professional, industrial application, or some explosion-proof industry. And in 2019, we start to deliver our automotive or big cells, which is more than 50 ampere hours to our OEM customers or aerospace application or some ESS application. So So far, we have pioneer product strengths and international recognition as well. We have 16 years of R&D. We have 9 years of selling records. We have 9 years of mass production verification. And those verifications are all from third party like TUV, which is a very, very famous lab in German. And we also have UL. We also have IEC 62133. We also have ISO and ROS and UN 38.3. The reason why I want to mention about the third-party test is because solid-state battery is a very new technology, and we are the first one who can deliver or offer this third-party test to our customers. One of our OEM customers said when they've already contacted all the solid-state battery makers and tried to ask them to offer some samples to the car OEMs, but some of them cannot deliver the cells. Some of them give them just a very small cells like a fingernails, but only Prologem can give them a very big cell with more than 50 ampere hours capacity. So this is a very big differentiation between Prologem and the other solid-state battery. And also, we've already got the international awards like Edison Award. In 2019, we have the Golden Prize. In 2021, we also got one. And for the manufacturing, compared to conventional liquid type battery, our manufacturing process is more simple than theirs. You can see that we don't need the outside package of the cell. And also we can skip the module level. So compared to conventional one, our manufacturing process is more simple. That means we can cost down by the manufacturing process, and also we can make the product in a faster way. Okay, and with those 1 million pieces solid-state battery cell to the customers, the single their yield ratio already reached 99.9%, and the multi their yield ratio, just like automotive battery cell, which capacity is around 50 ampere hour or more than 50 ampere hour, the yield ratio is 94%. And this is also the first company who can deliver this kind of real numbers. Other competitor is still in lab stage. And so far, we've already have 4,000 quality control items, and also our grouping rate already achieved 95%. Okay, so if we see the third-party test, you can see that this is the safety test. No matter the penetration test, heating test, or overcharge test, there's no any fire or any explosion. And for the heating part, actually the liquid type battery, their criteria is 130 centigrade degree. But this one, you can see that the criteria of this test is already reached 170 centigrade degree. And one of our customers who do the high rail chain, they use 280 centigrade degree to test our battery, and everything is fine, no fire, no explosion. And for the overcharge test, you can see that the cutoff voltage is 2 times big. So this criteria is also more strict than the liquid type batteries. So if we compare our battery cells to conventional cylindrical battery that used in T company, you can see that the first one, SNO2 and SNO3, SNO4 are 3 different types chemical system, which is mass-produced in 2021, and this year. So you can see that for SN04, that no matter the product that we produced in 2020 or this year are better than the cylindrical one. Okay, I'll speed up. Too many pages. Okay, so since we have product, we have technology, we have customers, we have 9 years verification of the manufacturing ability, and also the ability for the recycle and reuse and ESG. So for our next step, we will have a global expansion. And if you have seen the news that we planned to invest about $8 billion to have our first overseas gigafactory in Europe or in United States. And so far we've already, in Europe now, we've already evaluate 90 sites in 13 countries, and Germany is also on our short list this time. And we think that according to this plan, actually it's based on solid demand from our customers. So we hope that in the future we can cooperate with governments, European governments or Germany to increase or enhance the industry supply chain together. And this is my today's presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Thank you for your wonderful sharing. I know you have more want to share with us. And now please return to your seat. 感谢来自 Prologian 的分享哦。那接下来我要做一个简单帮大家复习一下，就是今天我们整个 forum, all of our forum is live online. We do the online streaming on YouTube, so you can review all the topics we mentioned today afterward. 我们今天讨论什么样的主题呢？也帮大家做一个复习哦。在之后呢，我们都可以回到 YouTube channel 来重新复习我们今天所讨论的重要议题，都跟我们的汽车产业未来发展非常有关系。我们今天讨论到的台德电动汽车在政策上面，还有现况的发展，以及移动时代 AI 跟自驾的解决新方案，以及在未来交通工具的挑战上，车辆跟网络安全的结合，以及未来电动车驾驶体验在智慧驾驶舱的解决流程，以及如何让聪明消费者有一个安全的旅程。另外，我们刚刚也讨论到了固态电池技术上的新突破。这些题目呢，如果说今天您有错过，或者说还想要重温的话，都欢迎在我们的 YouTube 频道，我们的整个 Forum 都是有 Live Streaming， 而且都有 Record Online。好，接下来要进入非常重要的 Panel Discussion Round。Now let's welcome all the panel discussion speakers on the stage. Now I would like to ask the following speakers to come to the stage and take your seats. Now I would like to ask our moderator for panel discussion, Mr. Axel Lindberg, Executive Director from German Trade Office Taipei. 那我们现在要欢迎的就是我们的 panel discussion 专家讨论，我们的主持人林百科处长、德经处处长上台。另外，我们要欢迎我们的语谈者上台哦，包括了 Mr. Simon Shi 来自友达光电的 Simon， 还有 Mr. Danny Young Bosch Taiwan， 来自这个 Bosch Taiwan 的 Mr. Danny Young， 还有这个来自 Prologian Technology Company 的 Miss Lisa， 再请您再次上台。另外也欢迎 Mr. Frank Lofesser Volkswagen Group Taiwan Company Limited. Now I'd like to hand over the time to our panel discussion to the moderator, Mr. Lindberg. Mr. Lindberg, the floor is yours.
Okay, so thank you very much, dear Lisa, dear Frank, Simon, Danny, many thanks for your presentation. I think you picked up a huge part of the content we'd like to discuss during the presentation. So I'd like to be focused on two main topics during our discussion now. First should be we have mentioned we see a really huge transition of the automotive industry. As mentioned, we see the technical part, we see hardware, software are getting closer together. We see a strong change also of the customer focus from pure mobility to convenience and let's say connectivity. So from my understanding, or I would be very interested on two topics. What are the effects on the supply chain if we see this substantial changes? And where do you see opportunities, chances for Taiwanese companies to step in to, let's say, become partner of these supply chains? And for our Taiwanese partners, more or less, what is your experience in getting in touch with the German companies? Because we hear quite often that it is very difficult to find the right point of contact to get, let's say, to build up customer relations with German companies. So what is your experience and what would be your recommendation? Maybe I start with Frank on, let's say, there's a topic, what is the expected change and what is your experience there?
Change in supply chain. So supply chain actually at the moment very critical for us, spare parts, to bring the spare parts into Taiwan. I mean, I have learned today that we have actually a lot of suppliers sitting here in Taiwan. So I didn't know, and I was not aware about it. Yeah? So he's also next week in Ingolstadt to talk to people in ODAG. But this is also, we as a subsidiary, we are quite far away from the manufacturer because the purchasing is done centralized in Volkswagen Group and in the headquarters. So we as a subsidiary, we only could maybe potential connect the people from Taiwan with our headquarters. But personally speaking, and for me, it would make my life much, much easier if we would have access to the spare parts directly in Taiwan. So we don't have to wait for spare parts for too long, especially now during Corona in the interrupted supply chain.
Okay, thank you very much. A clear indication where our Taiwanese partners should look to. Lisa, Prologium, you are in cooperation with Daimler. What is your experience? How does it work to cooperate with German companies, to get in touch with German partners? And what is your expectation? What comes next in the supply chains and the development?
Okay, this is a very big question. Okay, and we've co-worked with Daimler for many years, actually, from 2017. And actually, we've already signed an MOU with them in 2018, but till this year, they signed a CDN and investors. The reason why it takes so long is because German company is very serious in doing the development and technology. They are not like other countries, speed up but sacrifice some quality issues. They are very serious. So they test our battery cells from 2017, but at that time our battery cell is not so mature. Actually, we can do the fast charging at that time, but our energy density is not so good at that time. But in 2019, when we start to transfer the cathode and anode material, then energy density just improved. So almost every car OEMs back to us and trying to cooperate with us. So from technical part, because our technology is new, so maybe it's easier to explode under the spotlight. But if we are thinking about the activities like the global production, global factory expansion for the investment, the fundings, or if we want to have a gigafactory, overseas gigafactory. Actually, our company is small and new. We don't have any resources or connection in European, in German. We only have friends of those OEM car makers. So if we want to have more explosion in Europe, then we might need a very strong partner's help, just like German Trade Office Taipei, if you can help us, then help us to increase or expand the connection between project and governments, and help us to have more resources or grants or some fundings to have the overseas gigafactory, then it's much appreciated.
Okay, thank you very much. So I understand as a Taiwanese company, you should become visible, and then the German OEMs or the German companies will find you. Danny, you explained before the forum that Bosch, as a big, let's say, supplier of car parts, components, is also in the transition phase to become system partner. What is your experience in getting in touch with the Taiwanese companies, and what do you see? What are the next developments for the supply chains for the automotive industry?
As a global leader supplier of mobility solution, Bosch see the transformation as an opportunity for us, and is actively drive the transformation. And like my mentioned in my presentation past, it's our vision of the mobility solution. Bosch is had a heavy upfront investment in the R&D activity. For electromobility, Bosch had shifted our expertise from the internal combustion engine to the fuel cell technology. For connected and automotive mobility, Bosch is putting our know-how into the components and electronic components and software. Bosch is one of the biggest supplier for the mobility solution. And with this such the commitment, Bosch had harvested for greater result, and with successful driving the transition. For to talk about electromobility, no one company can offer as many mobility solutions as the Bosch. We had established the mobility, electromobility department, and we see it will be our next chapter of the success story. It is established itself and be a company core business from now. And Bosch is the innovation leading company, and is in the electrical drive. And no company as the Bosch can provide so many products from the e-bike to construction machining. To talk about the connected and automotive mobility, we are developing the connecting and automatic mobility of the future. Bosch, we was recognized. We was recognized the future of our electronics and software for the automotive industry requirement. And from now, the Bosch had realized software and electronic components will be the key for future. So not like only the automotive company can do, Bosch also is the software company for year. This is my answer.
Okay, thank you very much, Danny. I think you mentioned two important topics from my perspective, that it becomes more and more electronic focused, and of course it's not only a task for the supply chain, it's also a big internal task for let's say all automotive companies to ensure the internal transition process from ICEs to battery vehicles and to ensure that the technology is also internally ready. Simon, you mentioned you're looking back on a long experience with German companies. Your technology as for displays is, I would say, in between technology and customer experience. What do you see? What trends have you experienced, and do you expect in respect of the change and the transition of the automobile to, let's say, the connected devices? And what would be your recommendations, lessons learned to get in touch with German companies? You mentioned you're going to Germany. Frank disclosed where you are going also. So it's clear you have a direct contract to the OEMs.
Right. So yeah, we have a more and more direct interaction with OEMs because of the whole transformation of the cockpit. So our experience is comparing to consumer electronics, usually display accounts for like a 50% or 30% of the total end products. But for automotive, we only account for 1 to 2%. So it takes some patience that you have to enter that another world. It's not display world, it's an automotive world. But for Europe, I think one thing I want to recommend by myself is Europe, there are a lot of satellite, like a small tier one, satellite tier one around the OEM. It's not the case in other area, like American, you cannot find it. So for example, in Munich, you can find a whole bunch of small tier one serving the OEM around there. Because Continental and Bosch are as tough as OEM, right? But if you have the partner with those kind of, we call satellite tier one, you are more familiar with the thinking inside the OEM. So they're so close to them. So finding your core competency, building some track record, and find the right partner in Europe. I think ultimately, as long as you have the value that the OEM is so good at managing supply chain. So they will guide you once they know you. So that's how we work gradually. Then we set up office in Stuttgart, then to serve more and more customer there. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So it's, I would say, lesson learned to say, okay, it's a long-term approach to really get successful on the European market. And of course, it's different development steps. Now, I'd like to move forward from, let's say, hardware a little bit more to, let's say, connectivity. Frank, in your presentation, it became clear that the cars are really becoming interconnected devices, and driving is, let's say, the main purpose, but it's only part of the, let's say, package a car offers. So this means also we see that the borders between hardware, software, getting, let's say, more open. We see more interconnections. What is your experience? Will this trend continue, and do you have some examples, maybe here in Taiwan, where you cooperate with Taiwanese partners to increase the convenience for our customers here and to, let's say, push the connectivity of the cars?
So first of all, in my presentation, I think you saw some similarities to Simon's presentation, how the car in the future will look like. So he talked about similar things, also big screens and the connectivity functions. So super important, and that the car is actually a hotspot now, so fully connected. Talking about customer convenience and cooperating with local partners. So as I said, as a subsidiary, we are not into the purchasing part, but I spoke a little bit of customer convenience and what we are developing, this app for all-in-one function app. So we're using a local partner at the moment, so I cannot disclose it, so this is a little bit secret, but I think this is a very interesting project. And I think Rahil, so my Lauban, so he will explore a little bit later to you in 2023. And I think, yeah, it's really exciting, and this is not existing here in Taiwan. And if we getting this, if this hits off very well, I think we can roll this out on a globally base.
So you gave us here a teaser, so we have to pull out a little bit more details out of you. No, but Danny, from Bosch perspective, do you see also, let's say, the trends that software, hardware getting closer together?
Yes, as you can see in my presentation today, the software and hardware get closer and closer, especially provide a IoT service. As I mentioned in my ride care project, we will use the hardware to detect the signal and send to the cloud to do the search algorithm and to provide the service to the end user. Yeah, this is a kind of the example. Thank you.
Okay. Simon or Lisa, some comments on your experience? You are coming from the hardware side, as I understand from your presentation.
Right. So for me, this is a super interesting topic, because what we see is that the way of the head unit or ECU interact with display has already a big change. So what we try to probe or explore is the role and responsibility for the whole software architecture is still to be defined, because some SoC system on chip supplier used to master in cell phone now transform into automotive. So they have the biggest foundation of the platform. Then the application layer that the OEM may want to control that, because for the EV, there's no maintenance. You don't have to go to the maintenance every 6 months. So all your service and cash flow will through the OTA and the software. So they want to control that. But in the middle, from the firmware to the whole software architecture, there are a lot of space to explore. And to our understanding, it's not defined yet. So it's a great timing to explore that, co-work with the OEM to find our role. Yeah.
Yes, for the electrical cars, it's still on the beginning of a very big growth. So I think there is still a distance to overcome, no matter the challenges or the new things happened maybe a few years later. But no matter the software or the hardware will become or improve, the basic one is they need battery. Yeah. No matter the connected cars with the software or the VDA or the Bosch, the Bosch and the software, they all need battery. And I mean not the general type battery, but the steady and safe battery. Yeah, that's right. You don't want when you use the AI or the software the advantages, but no power. Still anything just stop and unworked. So the battery still is the basic one, and I usually take a joke as that if I want to buy a car and if the battery is made by liquid type, then I will have a little bit concern. Yeah, but in the future, I think that although solid-state battery is a new technology, but it's more real, and it's faster than you think. It's more commercialized or industrialized. The speed is more faster than you can imagine. And before they met Pologen, actually many no matter the researcher or some OEMs, they can't imagine that solid-state battery has already being so mature. But after they saw our battery and test our battery safety and electrical performance, they found that, well, it's almost there. So that's one thing. So, but to the industry, if we want to make the industry more mature, one company is not enough. Actually, we're welcome to all other solid-state competitors, and we are not fear or we are not afraid to fight with. I'm sorry. We can co-work with those competitors together, and to fulfill all the different applications. After all, in the end of the day, there still needs some different battery types fulfill different applications for different needs. Yeah, so I think that liquid type batteries still have their position, and the solid state battery also they have a very good future. But lithium phosphate batteries still have their position because they are cheap, right? So yeah, in different applications need different batteries, but we see a very positive future for the next generation battery.
Okay, thank you very much. I think time is ticking. We have seen and we have learned, or I've learned a lot of new things. And before we close the panel, I would like to ask all of you for one final sentence. So what is the headline from your perspective of the automotive industry in 5 years? I'd like to start with Danny. What is the takeaway?
In the future, for next 5 years, I think the service is quite important, especially in the Bosch. We are in the transformation phase. We used to be the hardware supplier, and in the future, we will be the service and the software supplier. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Lisa, from your perspective, what should happen in the battery business? One sentence, what do you expect?
In 5 years. Okay. Very challenged, but I can foresee the future.
Okay, thank you. Simon?
I think the most interesting thing is the whole smart mobility, in addition to the passenger car itself, but the whole smart mobility.
Okay, in 5 years' time, so this is also our strategy, what we're having. So in 5 years' time, Audi Taiwan, we want to be selling at least 40% of our cars electric here, and we want to be number 1 in the premium segment. So this is a clear target, what we're having in vision.
Thank you very much. Very clear statements. I have to thank you for your presentations, for the discussion. From my perspective, the main takeaways are really we are in a transition process. We are in front of terra incognita, what happens. So in this area, a lot of new opportunities for Taiwanese companies, for joint ventures between German and Taiwanese companies. And the recommendation, if you want to go to Germany, it needs to be prepared. It's a long run. It's not a short and quick activity and a quick win. But if you are there, it's very stable. We can see it with Simon. It seems that they have quite good and long-term business. So I have to thank you very much to all of you. Thank you to our team. Thank you to our participants. And I return the mic to Grace as our moderator.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Limbe. And now I would like to ask all of the speakers on the stage to remain on the stage. We would like to take a final group photo. Please stand up and stand in the line right in front of the little desk. Okay, now please stand closer to each other and please take off your masks for a few minutes, few seconds. Please post a thumbs up in front of the camera. Thank you very much indeed for this wonderful panel discussion. Very exciting and interesting presentation for all of the speakers here today. Thank you very much indeed, and thank you, Mr. Limbe, for your panel discussion lead moderation. OK， 我们再次感谢所有参与今天活动的贵宾们，感谢大家。And now I would like to ask all the speakers to return to your seat. Thank you very much indeed for today's participating. And now once again, I would like to thank all of our audience today here in Taipei, as well as our audience around the world on YouTube. I hope you have enjoyed today's event, and we are looking forward to see you all again very soon. 再次感谢现场的贵宾及观众，还有所有线上观看的朋友们。今天我们的论坛已经圆满完成了，希望您感到收获满满，也期待明年很快再次见到您。我们下次见，晚安。